City of Oshogbo. It's the very first time the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria will be hosting a bimodal conference. It's a hybrid. We have on-site and online audience and participants for this conference. So we will be going online and we'll be coming back on-site in the course of this August conference. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. While we await the arrival of the special guests and our VIPs, I would like to request respectfully that all fellows seated in this hall should go outside at this point to prepare for their official procession into the hall. All distinguished fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, led by the Chairman Board of Fellows, Professor Mbang Femi Oyiwo, to file out so that they can proceed in. Let's put our hands together for the fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. You've seen him?
Please announce to everybody. Whoever has come in, if he's going now, he must go out with his identity. If not, he will not come back. We don't sọ pé àwọn ti jáde, àwọn ti wọlé tẹ́lẹ̀. Yes. What if they don't have bag? Bag, registration bag. That's the yes. And if they come in, if they are going out, they must go with their identity. What they are saying is, the security men say that some people say they were in, they come in before, and they are now out. They are not with their identity. So we don't accept that.
The gentleman who is on this keyboard, wherever you are, please come forth to be on the keyboard for the procession. Keyboardist, where did he go to now? Keyboardists, wherever you are, please, you are needed at your station. The fellows will be marching in. You will need music. Keyboardist. Huh? He is there. He was there just a while ago. I don't know where he is. Kabiru, please, if you know where we can find the keyboardist, we need him now for the procession of the fellows. The guy has gone a wall. We need the keyboardist to be on his stand right now, please.
I can play, but I don't know what.
You just give us soft music. Soft, please. Thank you. Otherwise, we'll get the DJ to play. Attention, Kabiru, can we have music? Please may I crave our collective indulgence as a society. Once the fellows are filing in, we're expected to be upstanding to receive them. We are ready for the fellows to come in now. Fellows, please, we're expecting your procession. Please, can we all be upstanding at this point as we receive into this hall the procession of the fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Oh yeah, please come. The fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria are coming in led by the chairman, our dear Professor Pharmacist Mbang Femi Oyewo, followed immediately after her by the Secretary of the Board of Fellows, Pharmacist Nikoro. You are all welcome. We welcome you. These are the elite company of Nigerian pharmacists. You don't get higher or go further than this in this honor of the society. We welcome you. Welcome to OMOLUABI 2020. They are still coming in. Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. Thank you, fellows. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again permit me to welcome you warmly to the 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, tagged OMOLUABI 2020. This is the very first time the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria will be hosting a bimodal conference. It's a hybrid of on-site and online conference. So today and throughout the course of this week, there will be participation from every part of the living world through the open.com platform for this 93rd Annual National Conference. For those who have made it to Osogbo, we welcome you. It's a serene and decent city, and we're hoping that your stay will be exciting. We have come a full cycle from Kaduna 2019. 2020 has been a wonderful year. I have a witness in the house. A very fantastic year for you and for me. At the dawn of 2020, we started with COVID-19, that novel and deadly virus that precipitated a global pandemic. Not only a health emergency, but also an economic emergency. And it's like, are we going to survive this? We were just coming out of COVID-19 when the NSAS protests took over. My prayer is that the third P for us in Nigeria will be peace and prosperity. My name remains Pharmacist Adebayo Temenu. And I'm being joined for the task of anchoring this 93rd Annual National Conference by two distinguished pharmacists, I will bring them forward to introduce themselves to you while the president is trying to arrange things. Please, anchors, over to the mic.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished pharmacists, the fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Good morning, our invited guests that are already seated at different places. You're welcome to OMOLUABI 2020. And this morning, I will be part of the theme that will make sure you enjoy your stay in this event. My name is Pharmacist Ijoma Oke Ewurum. You're welcome.
Good morning, pharmacists, distinguished fellows. You are welcome to the ancient city of Oshogbo in the state of Osun. I am pharmacist Rab Adebiyi from this state. We promise you are going to enjoy every bit of this program. Thank you.
A very big thank you to my co-anchors for this auspicious 93rd Annual National Conference. While the president is still busy with his guests, let me also quickly say that we have at least 4 different exit points in this hall. The major one to the front here, one to the left, one here, and one here. So this is not the only exit or entry point to this hall. You can choose to go out also by the other exit points. We will go right away to have the first presentation of this conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage the representative of Mega Life Sciences to come up to take their first presentation. Mega Life Sciences. Can we please encourage them as they come forward?
Good morning, distinguished pharmacists. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm Solomon Idowu by name. I bring greetings from Mega Life Sciences to this 93rd Annual Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria Conference, OMOLUABI 2020. My name is Solomon Idowu, and I work for Mega Life Sciences. And just for who we are a Thai-based multinational company, and of course with quality of product and services. And we're also known for a commitment to constant improvement and innovation. And of course, quality of brands and quality of people from Mega Life Sciences. For who we are this morning, just a quick overview. We have 2 presentations, so I'll be taking the first presentation before my colleague also comes up on stage. From our portfolio in our cardiovascular care, which covers our read law, that's clopidogrel, in recent myocardial infarction and, of course, acute coronary syndrome to prevent clotting and also reduces CV events. Also in our cardiovascular portfolio is our temistatan CZEC, the good morning antihypertensive for management of hypertension. We also have our Oryx, that's rosuvastatin, 10 and 20 milligram respectively, to stabilize blood vessel lining and, of course, increase happy event. We also have our mass omega-3, that's omega-3 fatty acid, which we'll be talking about this morning briefly for cardio protection, as well as our endocrine portfolio, which covers our pan-4 sustained release, that's metformin, the 500 milligram, and of course the 1000 milligram respectively. Also our glimepiride, that's Peglim, the dual action superior control, Peglim, once daily dosing advantage. We also have in our endocrine portfolio the NAT-B, the high potency B vitamin in management of peripheral neuropathy. And lastly is our pregabalin, that's Ligaba, the fast, powerful, sustainable, and of course for neuropathic pain relief in the management of post-operative analgesia and of course in orthopedic surgery. Distinguished pharmacists, this morning, as we are all aware of the era we are in at this current time of pandemic, so we'll be looking at the role of omega-3 fatty acid in cardiovascular health for immunity health in pandemic. Of course, much has been said during this period of COVID-19, especially different reviews and journals that have also established the role of immune system at this crucial time. And of course, cardiovascular disease is an inclusion criteria for high risk in this pandemic era. So the number of vitamins have also been established to be very effective, as to be considered have demonstrated a very key role in supporting human system. And of course, the respiratory symptoms that is often caused by this COVID-19, like the common cold, influenza, and others, are very severe in view. From the British medical journals, also 2020 also established different general function of the immune system and how effective hosts they can also be to defend. And of course, among them, evidence also from the acute respiratory distress syndrome shows that the cytokine storm, which is the pro-inflammatory response that often happen in COVID-19, can actually be controlled by omega-3 fatty acid through their metabolism to specialize pro-resolving mediators. And we all know that older people, especially those with existing comorbidities like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and of course hypertension, are more susceptible to these symptoms and mortality. And as such, individuals with a suppressed immune system. And they are also aware that as of today, we still don't have treatment. So it is also important that individuals' immune response are well supported, should be taken seriously. And that's why in this era, immune support is the key. And when it comes to immune support, nutrition is the leading factor. So nutrition, which includes nutrient and micronutrients, must be looked into critically. From the same journals of British medical journals also established different nutrient specific in reviews that have also been found to be effective. Zinc, as one of them, has found to be very supportive in proliferation of the CD8 and of course the cytotoxic T lymphocyte. Also, there is also an evidence from the acute respiratory distress syndrome in other settings that the cytokine storms can actually be controlled by omega-3 fatty acid containing the EPA and DHA respectively through their metabolism to these pro-resolving mediators. And of course, the EPA especially also have been found to be effective in metabolizing to other metabolites which are very known as resolvins to turn off the ongoing pro-inflammation that often happen in this process. So we have omega-3 fatty acid, and of course they are of different source. For the plant, we have them as the ALA, and of course that's alpha-linoleic acid, and of course for the sea and the fish, we have the docosahexaenoic acid, and of course the eicosapentaenoic acid, which are the more derivative from the fish and of course the seafood. So in COVID-19, that's also been found that the SPMs are very important because they are immune-resolving agents. So for any molecule that will bring about this, is something that we also consider, knowing fully well that the prevention, the treatment for this virus is not in view yet. And of course, we need to also prevent the progression into acute inflammation. And that's why for resolving, they have been found to be very important product of EPA metabolic cycle. And of course, evidence have also shown that in acute respiratory distress syndrome, other settings, the cytokine storm can actually also be controlled by the omega-3 fatty acid containing EPA and DHA respectively. What are the benefits? Basically, they be found to be very effective in supporting heart and cardiovascular health, also to maintain healthy eye function, and also reduces mild joint inflammation. Several recommendations have also been said from the American Heart Association, the World Health Organization, and of course US FDA as to the role of omega-3 fatty acid for cardiovascular disease risk reduction, also as a protective agent against coronary heart disease and of course stroke, and as well to improve the triglyceride of individuals, especially when it comes to TG in most of our elderlies. And so permit me this morning, distinguished pharmacists, on this great occasion, to introduce to us on the table of Mega Life Sciences your daily dietary supplement to boost immunity and of course to promote defense against this COVID-19 more than your standard fish oil, our brand of omega-3 fatty acid, Mass Omega-3, which contains omega-3 fatty acid, 600 milligram, and of course EPA and DHA, 300 milligram and 200 milligram, respectively. So more than your standard fish oil, you have Mass Omega-3. So what are the benefits of this omega-3 fatty acid amidst this pandemic? One thing we need to also note is the fact that nutritional intervention leads to this immunoresolution and reversal of immune-mediated inflammation as obtains in COVID-19. So omega-3 fatty acid gives you that benefit of the resolving production. But we also need to know that there are different types of omega-3 fatty acid out there. Some are more purer, like we have in Mass Omega-3, which is purified from environmental contamination and also ensures that your heart only gets the required healthy fats. And you can also see from the analysis also that your Mass Omega-3 is pure, so your heart only gets the required healthy fats. Some are also fresher compared to others. And of course, with Mass Omega-3, it has a lower oxidation levels that also brings it more stable and of course prevents any form of smell and bump that you might also experience with other omega-3 fatty acid. That gives it a more stable and less likely to get rancid in the course of administration. The benefit of Mass Omega-3 amongst others is the fact that it's highly concentrated, it's pure, and of course it's fresh. So you can count from the table of Mega Life Sciences when it comes to quality of products from our table. Distinguished pharmacists this morning, as men of honor, in this pandemic, your immunity, your safety, and of course, is our priority. And that's why we bring out to you that let's join hands to promote and recommend in our various practice for ourselves and of course, in this very pandemic. Mass Omega-3, your quality omega-3 fatty acid, also our NAT-B, and of course, clopidogrel, Ridlaw. On that note this morning, I want to say welcome to OMOLUABI 2020, as I also invite my colleague to come up for our second presentation. Thank you very much, and bless, please, safe. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, noble professionals. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. And I want to also introduce more of what we do at Mega We Care. The way we care for human wellness, for your health, and for you to stay healthy as long as you live. Not just more pills, but actually the right ones. Not more cures, but a lot more care. We also care about you and how you live in every moment so that you can say in the end that you've had a good life. I want to introduce our Good Health by Yourself initiative, which is an initiative of Mega Life Sciences to empower and inspire our own people and communities to take our health in our hands through community outreach, our cardiovascular health, Eurocare, eye care, diabetic care, community outreaches, our education and awareness activities, including happy motherhood, breastfeeding, hepatitis and cardiac health, education and awareness, and our health screenings in partnership with the community pharmacies across Nigeria, including hepatitis health screening, blood pressure, blood glucose monitoring, visual acuity measurement, and peripheral neuropathy, which we have under the Good Health by Yourself initiative. And I also want to introduce some of your favorite brands of supplements and wellness products, including our GI Care, the pharmacist-owned special GI Care portfolio from Mega Life Sciences, which includes the best-in-its-class proton pump inhibitor, the 3-in-1 liver protector, and of course, the brand of Simeticone, high-strength Simeticone Gas Go for the fastest relief of stomach gas. Our wellness care portfolio includes Ginsomine to help boost your immune system for optimum performance, energy, and protection. Nat Siesta, the high-strength vitamin C with low acidity. Eye Care, which is the natural, unique eye antioxidant blend. And of course, Flexa, once-a-day drink of glucosamine for healthy and flexible joints. Our mother and child care portfolio includes Ferrotone, the special care formula for pregnant women, Normagot and VitaCap, Normagot to restore gut health, and VitaCap, an essential multivitamin supplement for breastfeeding mothers. For today's request, I want to indulge all of us to take with me on this journey, as Paul Coelho has said quite categorically that if pain may come, let it come quickly, because I need to live my life in the best possible way. We have different kinds of pain that could be felt, including nociceptive pain, inflammatory pain, neuropathic pain, functional pain, to various degrees of discomfort. And of course, whenever there is pain or inflammation, there is always a pathway to that, which involves the cyclooxygenase 2 enzymes and the conversion of arachidonic acid to prostaglandins, which are mediators of inflammation. And in this process, the stimulation of cyclooxygenase 1 and 2 includes production of cyclooxygenase 1 in the intestines and the stomach and the kidney, and other cyclooxygenase 2 secretion in inflammation. Of course, we all know what inflammation is and how the process starts at the site of injury. But when there is inflammation, what exactly do we want? And when there is pain, what do we need as a patient? Your patient needs a safe and effective medicine, and your patient wants fast pain relief. Because, ladies and gentlemen, men of honor, I want to introduce from the stables of Mega Life Sciences the faster pain relief, Ibunova 400 with clear cap technology from Mega Life Sciences. It contains solubilized ibuprofen equivalent to ibuprofen 400 mg, the faster pain relief. Because when someone is in pain, every minute counts, and we need the pain to stop as soon as possible. Ibuprofen is the molecule that has been well studied, and it's a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, helps to treat fever, mild to moderate pain, and also very painful conditions such as painful menstruation and osteoarthritis. The mechanism of action has also been well established in the inhibition of cyclooxygenase enzyme, and the safety is also quite of note. It has the highest liver safety profile amongst NSAIDs, and it showed minimal GI, renal, and cardiovascular side effects. But in the real sense of it, ibuprofen may not readily dissolve in water when it's presented as a tablet. That affects the dissolution rate and the absorption, and ultimately the speed of action and the effectiveness of ibuprofen in solid dosage forms, which is why we have introduced the faster pain relief, Ibunova 400, coming to a retail community pharmacy very near you, containing solubilized ibuprofen equivalent to ibuprofen 400 mg. So why Ibunova, you may ask me? Because of the clear cap technology that provides dramatic improvement in bioavailability, ibuprofen has already been solubilized to avoid dispersion or the time it will take to disperse. It offers more rapid absorption and a lower incidence of GI side effects when taking Ibunova. The clear cap technology from Mega Life Sciences gives you solubilized ibuprofen in a more easily absorbable form, eliminating the need for pre-absorptive dissolution in the GIT and providing dramatic improvement in bioavailability. It has a very nice, very clear, transparent finished product, and it offers better compliance for your patient. So what you notice is while it takes the ordinary ibuprofen tablet a while to dissolve and get absorbed in the GI, we can see that Ibunova has, with the clear cap technology, very quick dissolution and rapid spread in the GI to offer faster pain relief. Each capsule, as I've mentioned, contains solubilized ibuprofen in a clear cap technology by Mega Life Sciences. And the unique formulation of ibuprofen from Mega Wike is engineered to act much faster to speed up pain relief, speed up absorption, and speed up the onset of action. Because when you're in pain, every minute counts. The effective dose, as usual, for ibuprofen is for adults over the age of 12, 1 capsule every 4 to 6 hours. Do not exceed 3 capsules in 24 hours unless directed by a physician. And some side effects may occur, including GI discomfort and other drug-drug interactions of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Once again, Ibunova 400 contains the clear cap technology that is able to increase the speed of action of ibuprofen through the solubilized clear cap technology. Solubilized ibuprofen equivalent to ibuprofen 400 mg in menstrual pain, back pain, dental pain, headaches, surgical pain, fever, and knee pain. Ibunova is recommended 1 capsule up to 3 times a day, 4 to 6 hours, but don't exceed 3 capsules daily. Thank you so much for listening, and have a fantastic conference courtesy of Mega Life Sciences. Thank you.
It's time to get your business really soaring with
Another round of
ShopKite.
applause
Whether you're
for
just
Mega
starting
Life
up or been in
Sciences.
business, ShopKite is your easy-to-use, downloadable mobile POS
While the
app
presentation
designed to
was
help
going
stores,
on,
mini-marts, pharmacies, and more
His
manage
Royal
their sales and
Majesty,
inventory without needing a computer,
Oba
UPS,
Latunde
barcode
Falabi,
scanner, or any expensive
the
software.
Lambe
Now,
Loye
you can
III
view all your in-store products, manage sales,
enter
receive
this
expiration
auditorium.
notifications, and even print
Kábíyèsí
receipts,
sá o.
all from your Android or iOS device.
Orí
And
adé
that's
ó
just
pẹ́
the
o.
beginning. Worried your customers can't find you online? Well,
will do
ShopKite
the proper
automatically gives
recognition
you a
when the
free
time
online
comes,
store
sir.
managed
We'll
by
welcome
us
you.
and tied to your physical
It's my
store.
pleasure
All
to
you
bring
need
up
to do is update your stock and your customers
representative
immediately
of
see what's
Novartis
available for order. It's
to
that
quickly
easy.
take
So download ShopKite
10
today
minutes
and watch
presentation
your
to
business
this
take
August
off with
conference.
ease.
No, but this is showing presentation. But this is not showing. Should I control for here or you do yourself? I'll do it. Okay. Hello?
Please, media, can you put...
Good morning, distinguished pharmacists, and I stand on existing protocol. My name is Fumi Ikushika. I'm the head of quality for Novartis Nigeria Limited. But I'll be standing in for my colleague who is in Kenya, and unfortunately he can't be here. He's the anti-counterfeit manager for Sub-Saharan Africa. His name is Juma Moswariti. Today we'll be talking about, we have 2 presentations today. I will be talking about our anti-counterfeit program, while my colleague who will be coming in after me will be talking about our new developments in Novartis. So basically, we'll be talking about the Novartis Anti-Counterfeit Program. So let's look at the World Health Organization definition of the full ranges of counterfeit or falsified medicines that you find. We have the counterfeit drugs, which are drugs that are medicines that are produced by criminal organizations, and they are passed as genuine. And most times you find out that there's no active ingredients in it. Neither do you have, most times you have harmful chemicals in it. Then you have some of the products that are being stolen, and we refer to that as theft. And most times those stolen goods get back into the supply chain, and this obviously hinders our supply chain. And you're not sure of the authenticity of the product when it comes back into the supply chain. You also have what they call tampering. As regards tampering, you have common practice in which we already have one with NAFDAC presently now, in which you get criminals actually falsifying the expiring date for products that are already expired. And they change the expiring date and bring it back into the market and sell it into the market. And you get patients not either having lack of efficacy or sometimes resulting to death, depending on the products that is being brought into the market. We also have the illegal diversion in the sense that they are actually genuine products, but rather than going into the right market, it's being diverted into the wrong market. And most times, you are not too sure of the authenticity of the product because with Novartis, our products are produced based on the zones that the countries fall into. Now, let's look at a glance current global status that you have as regards the pharmaceutical crimes that you have seen. And you have falsified medicines based on WHO, Interpol, and the likes. You have falsified medicine incidents increasing to about 33% as at 2018. And you have 138 countries being impacted. And you all agree with me that the most commonest products that you have or medicines that you have in sub-Saharan Africa that are being affected are anti-malarials and antibiotics. And you have about 72,000 to 267,000 deaths in sub-Saharan Africa being recorded in 2017. The proportion of fake pharmaceuticals in some developing regions have increased to about 70%, and this was captured in 2019. Okay. So if you look at pharmaceutical crimes, let's look at the risk and the threats that we have. We're going to look at 4 pillars. We're looking at the patient safety, the public health, manufacturer's reputation, and we also look at the economic impact. So if you look at the patient safety, most times when you have all these pharmaceutical crimes, you end up having patients having therapeutic failure, which is a lack of efficacy that I talked about at the beginning. And at times you have morbidity. Sometimes you have disease complications because the drug is not actually working. And the worst that you have is death. And what we are trying to do is to prevent patients from dying from unknown source. So basically, we also look at the public health. As regards public health, you all agree with me that antibiotic resistance is something that we see from time to time. And most of these antibiotics are actually counterfeit. So basically, what we're looking at is that if you can combat this counterfeiting, we can actually get our patients to go. Then if you look at manufacturers' reputation, most of the manufacturers that their products are being counterfeited do not actually know about it. They get complaints from you and I. And at the end of the day, that's what they work on. And our reputation, obviously, is something that we hold very dear. And at the end of the day, this sums up to people. Most times you find out that the drugs that are being brought in are actually being smuggled in. And so if they're smuggled in, people don't pay tax for it. And at the end of the day, you get low tax income. And so less revenue being brought into the country, and thus less money being put back into health. Now let's look at the recent enforcement cases that we've had. most times everybody looks at it and say that if you have to have like counterfeiting, it's common in this part of the world, which is Africa. But you'll be surprised that we have it all over. It's a global thing. And the recent ones we had was a breach that we had in our local supply chain in Germany, in which our oncology product, Jacaville, was in parallel trade brought into the country. We also had one in Spain, and that in Spain, when we had to seize our corporate security with the enforcement of the country, had to seize the Omicron that were being counterfeited, we realized that 29 persons that were arrested had 5 million doses of other pharmaceuticals with them, and they also had cash, firearms, and drugs. So basically what we're saying is that if we're able to fight counterfeit, we are also fighting other things like firearms, counterfeiting, and things like that. And we also had of recent in April, hydroxychloroquine, which we all know that was being used in the treatment of COVID-19. We had it being counterfeited in US, and our global security had to sweep into action to give them the actual forensic chemistry center genuine hydrochloroquine sample in which was used for the analysis, and we are still on it. So basically, we have some tips that you look out for when you have products being shipped into the country. For us, we have a well-designed shipping channel in which our goods mostly are being air freight and some being through the sea. And we have a well-managed information management in which we also have the customs clearance being done. And in so doing, when this channel is passed adequately, you have it being passed and into the market. But most times when there's diversion or when there's counterfeit, you will need you to notify the address there, which is our global security address. So in our packaging, we have a unique way of making sure that our products are being packaged well. And in so we ensure that, as you can see, it's labeled. For number one, we have a licensed manufacturer, which for every product that we send in, our names are imprinted on it. Then you have the sale order or the number or licensed manufacturer. So we need to also put in the sender's address. Then the licensed importer is also there. Then you have the final destination, the country in which it's going to. And we have the batch number, the expiring date. We must have the manufacturing site date also there. Then we have the product name. But most times when you have these counterfeited products, because they need to do things very fast, you find out more than one kind of product per pallet. Rather, with us, you only have one product per pallet. And you have just one batch per pallet. But for these counterfeited products, you have more than one batch per pallet. Then you don't have verified licensed manufacturers. The importers are not actually licensed. Then you have incomplete shipments. And most times, it's written for research purposes so that it can pass through, or bulk product, not finished product. And then most of those pallets do not have data loggers. And most times when we ship in goods, for every shipment that we bring in, there must be a data logger in every pallet. So even if we're sending in 100 pallets, you will have 100 data loggers in it. So basically what we're doing in supporting counterfeiting is to ensure that we have a well-designed forensic lab in which we can actually test for the product's chemistry and composition and be sure that the active ingredient is actually what it is. Then we have our spectrometric toolkit, which is mobile, and this we can easily use in testing. We also have the proof scanner or the proof or move scanner, in which we are able to know our parts. And one thing that is distinct with our product is that there's always a distinct feature that only the proof scanner can tell. But if you don't use the proof scanner, most times you won't be able to know. Then we have the new one, which is now in the market and It's more like a Bluetooth kind, and it's small, as you can see in the last column there, which you can use to identify the product, the sample itself, to be sure that it is not a counterfeit. And if it's counterfeit, it's a red flag, and so we'll flag it. Thank you very much. I'll be handing over to my colleague, who will be talking to you about the new developments in Novartis. The next slide. He wants to play the video. You can't play it.
Attention media, can we have the Novartis next presentation? Media, are you there?
Where's the video? No. It's the first slide. I launched the presentation. Can you close it and relaunch? It's on your system, right? Yeah, but it's can you close the PowerPoint and then let it relaunch? You should leave this thing. No. Close that one. No. Yeah, close that one. Flash is there. Second. Yeah. Let's use this. Let's go to the first slide first. That's a short. Is it here? Yes. Is it here? Yes. Slide is. Let's use your
have to go to the extended screen to play it. Okay, it's ready. All right. There's transcription on it now.
Okay, should I take it?
Yeah.
The microphone you are using, just use the microphone. Just put the microphone by the side. When you have
Good morning. Good morning once again, distinguished pharmacists. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Pharmacist Kayode Oshinoiki. I am the business franchise head for cardio-renal metabolic medicines in Novartis. It is with big privilege that I stand before you this morning to update you on recent changes that have happened in Novartis. This is in line with the feedback that we've been getting from the stakeholders in the healthcare sector and also in line with our vision at Novartis, which is to improve and extend people's life with innovative medicines and breakthrough medicines. And key in this mission is to deliver this to as many people as we can. In Novartis, we are currently reimagining medicines. Before now, only about 20% of patients could actually access the quality medications from Novartis, leaving over 80% not being able to access this Novartis quality. The main reason for this can be projected to the income distribution, where we have just about 17% of patients above the lower middle class. And also, when we look at our environment, it's more of out-of-pocket paying, stressing the short-term payment of the patient for this medication. So like I said earlier, we could only target less than 20% of the Nigerian population with our quality medication, leaving over 80% of the patients underserved and not having the ability, to get this medication. As a responsible company, Novartis has gone again into researching into new methodologies and ways by which we can improve this outcome. We are not just looking at improving the affordability of our medication. We are also looking at improving the healthcare system in Nigeria and also investing in research and development to make the difference that we need in our healthcare system. Our priorities for this transformation that we did stands on three basic pillars. One is around the broadening the access. Like we said, a lot of patients are underserved. They don't have access to the quality medications from Novartis because a lot of these patients sit at the bottom of the pyramid. Another pillar that is very strong is around building the capacity of our healthcare system. Partnering with stakeholders such as pharmacists to improve the healthcare delivery system. And lastly, shaping the environment. We also are going to drive and support the shaping of the environment, supporting initiatives that will change the way we make decisions, outcome data research to ensure that decisions are made rationally and patients are better off at the end of the day. So what happened in Novartis? Just in July 2020, we fused all our divisions to be able to achieve this objective. In Novartis, you knew, with the Sandoz division, and then key to this change is the Novartis Access. Novartis Access is focused on affordable medicines. It's focused on affordable medicines, and you will agree with me that for this to be sustainable, there is the need to collaborate and fuse this division. The Novartis and then the Sandoz will make the sustainability happen, and then the Novartis Access will reach this over 80% of patients that are currently not active. So where do we focus? We have 5 franchises. Our anti-infectives and malaria is under the communicable disease franchise. The heart failure, hypertension, and diabetes, which also includes dyslipidemia, under the cardio-renal metabolic franchise. We have the glaucoma and the anti-infective and retina under ophthalmology, pain, neuroscience, and psychiatry under the neuroscience franchise. Oncology, sickle cell, and transplant under immunology, hematology, and dermatology franchise. These are the molecules we currently play in, and what this means is that for any Nigerian patient that needs any of these molecules now, they can access the Novartis quality at a reasonable price. And that is what we seek to achieve in our population with this transformation that we have currently. Permit me to remind you of our major brands before I go, because these are the brands that will make this initiative sustainable. The Access initiative is coming to us at no cost, and someone is paying for it. It's like a community system where the rich, the income gotten from the rich is used to reach the other part of the population, the 80% that we currently do not have access to. Number 1 is around Upero, which is positioned for heart failure patients. We have the Gavos and Gavosmet in type 2 diabetes. And we have the X-Forge HCT, Codalvan, Dalvan, Nificat XL for patients that have hypertension when they need monotherapy, dual therapy, or triple therapy. We have Quatem, which is the innovator artemether lumefantrine for anti-malaria, and amoxiclav, our broad-spectrum antibiotic, Cataflam, Votfast, and Flotac for pain and osteoarthritis. Then lastly, we have Drutrav and Azaga for glaucoma. Thank you for listening, and it's our great hope that as pharmacists, we'll join hands to change the tide for our patients and allow it and make it possible for the underserved 80% to get quality medications such as Novartis medication by your continuous partnership with us and strengthening the healthcare system. Thank you.
The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, PSN. Election 2020. For Office of the National Secretary. Vote maturity, vote an administrator, vote an organizer, vote multitasker, vote a
Another round of
manager.
applause for Novartis.
I am Prince Benga Falabi, a fellow of the Damascus
Thank you
Society
so
of
very much
Nigeria,
for your presentation.
and I am running for the office of the National Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I am a pharmacist,
While we are
Merit
waiting
Award
the
winner
arrival of the
in
special
Lagos
guest of
PSN,
honor,
a fellow of the
we will
Pharmaceutical
go ahead
Society
to
of Nigeria,
recognize
and a former national chairman
very
of the
important
Association
persons
of
that
Industrial
have
Pharmacists
since joined us
of
at this
Nigeria,
August
NAHIP. I am a
93rd
thoroughbred
annual
professional, passionate about pharmacy
National
and our great society. I will be bringing immense value, experience, knowledge base, and efficiency into the workings of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria Secretariat as the National Secretary.
His Royal Highness Oba Olatunde Falabi, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the Akire of Ikire, President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, our very own Mazi Sam Ohambuwa, all past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the chair of the Board of Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Professor Pharmacist Femi Oyewo. It's my singular honor to once again welcome all pharmacists to this hybrid conference tagged OMOLUABI 2020. The very first of its kind in the annals of national conferences of the PSN. It's a bimobile conference that we're having in this city of Osogbo this year. And that means there are on-site and online participation at this conference for 2020. It's my singular honor, therefore, to welcome you to OMOLUABI 2020. While we await the arrival of the chief host, our special guest of honor, the governor of the state of Osun, it's my pleasure to welcome to this 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Emmanuel Ehanire, here represented by Professor Jesse Abiodun Otegbayo, the Chief Medical Director of UCH in Ibadan. Please, can we put our hands together for him? You are most welcome, sir. Also seated in our midst this glorious day is the Director General of the Standards Organization of Nigeria, and the personal pharmacist Farouk A. Salim. Please, can we put our hands together as we welcome you? I'm not sure if the DG Niprid is in the house, but whenever he appears, we will recognize him. It's my pleasure this morning to acknowledge and recognize the keynote address speaker for the 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria with the theme, Technological Revolution, Adapting in Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, in Pharmacy Practice and Regulation. an erudite scholar, a distinguished pharmacist, a man of several awards. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome Professor Charles Okechukwu Esimone, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. You are most welcome, sir. The Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Awka. It's my pleasure, Mr. President, to also welcome to this august conference all past presidents of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria here seated. In no particular order, may I start with our very own pharmacist Yaro Buddha, all the way from Kaduna. You are welcome, sir. I also have seated here today pharmacist Azubike B. Okwo, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Okay, he's there. He's also Fellow FIP. You are most welcome, sir. Also seated in our midst this morning is pharmacist UNO Uwaga, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome him. All past chairmen of the Board of Fellows that are here present, you are warmly welcome. I welcome all NEC members of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and indeed, all distinguished fellows of the Board of Fellows, all distinguished members of the Board of Fellows of the PSN. We welcome all the gentlemen of the press who are here already, and indeed all distinguished pharmacists that have traveled from all over Nigeria to be at OMOLUABI 2020. You are most welcome. Let's put our hands together for ourselves for making it all the way to Oshogbo. I've been reliably informed that our special guest of honor is on his way. So while we await his arrival, we need to just fill in the gaps. Like I said, this is a bimodal conference. We are being viewed from all parts of the living world, online, real time. We have people viewing us all the way from Europe, from the United States of America, from all parts of the living world where Nigerian pharmacists are. Let me welcome you in the way we should normally do in Oshogbo, the state of Osun. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ìlú Oshogbo. Orúkọ tèmi ni pharmacist Adébáyọ̀ Tìmẹ́nù. Ọmọ Ondo State lèmi, Ìkálẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti bí mi. I will want you to look at the neighbor sitting close to you, and to please welcome them in your own language. I'm talking about your daddy's own language. Welcome them to Oshogbo. If you are Igbo, welcome them in Igbo language, like Professor Simone will do. Our pharmacist, Farouk, please welcome our keynoter in Hausa. Let the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, welcome people in the Arochukwu language. I hope you heard what your neighbor said to you. Or was he speaking with the tongues of angels? Anyway, you are all warmly welcome to the city of Oshogbo in the wonderful state of Osun. This conference promises to be so engaging and exciting. A conference like no other. And it is my pleasure, therefore, to bring forward those who have put this together for us. Night and day, they sweated to make OMOLUABI 2020 a grand success. By permission of the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I want to bring forward the chair of the conference planning committee, pharmacist Abbas Sambo, to come and deliver his welcome address to this august conference. Let's make welcome pharmacist Abbas Sambo as he makes his way to the stage. Okay. Let's encourage him. The man can be very shy.
Hello. To God be the glory. This conference is finally here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols duly observed. Good morning. On behalf of the Conference Planning Committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the most important gathering of our profession, the 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, tagged OMOLUABI 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all making history today because this is the first time the state of Osun will be hosting such an event. So I say congratulations to each and every one of us. When the theme of this conference was proposed, I was very curious to understand and know the meaning of the word OMOLUABI. I was told that OMOLUABI stands for a person of honor, a person of integrity. We as pharmacists are referred to as men of honor. Therefore, there is a good coincidence that we are here today. We couldn't have had a better place to be here today. We are in the capital state of honor at a time our nation, and indeed the whole country, needs us the most. This year has been very challenging. We all know about the coronavirus and the pandemic issue that's all over. It is estimated that over 50 million people have been infected with this virus. 1.2 million people have died of this disease. In Nigeria, 64,000 people have been infected and over 1,000 people have died. Added to this are the pains and losses suffered to the economies from the consequences of the lockdown and restrictions to our movement. COVID-19 has affected families, businesses, affected nations, disrupted supply chains with global impact in our country and indeed generally. We therefore pray for the repose of the departed souls. We ask God Almighty that everyone that is having the disease is cured, and may God protect us all. Today, the entire world is looking up to the industry to serve humanity. More than any other time, we need to justify to the world that truly we are worthy of the honor they have bestowed on us. Our world has learned to adapt to this new normal with safety regime, that encourages social distancing and observing hygiene protocol. This year, in addition to being in Osogbo, we are also observing another first. This is the first time we are going to have a hybrid conference, a physical conference for those of us that are here, as well as a virtual conference being viewed all over the world. We say thank you. The consequences of preparing such a conference is that of unpredictability. It is very difficult to predict. I think, can you hear me now? The guys with the mic, are you fixing it? Is it better now? They are fixing it now, and I'm sure it is going to be better. I said part of the challenges. Wait. Part of the, no, that's better. Is it better now? Okay. I said part. It's up. Part of the challenges of preparing a conference like this is the fact that we were planning under uncertainties. There is the normal saying that failing to plan means planning to fail. So we decided to plan. There is also another saying that if you plan and you fail, it means that you have failed according to your plan. We therefore did not want to fail, and therefore we looked at the next alternative. The next alternative is that whenever you plan, you must have an alternative. You must have a plan B. For this conference, we have planned not to fail. We've also planned not only for plan B, but also for plan C, plan D, and for plan E. This is because of the peculiarities we have in our time. So all this is in a process to ensure that we meet up to your expectations. In addition to the keynote session, which will be presented by our professor, Professor Charles Esinome, on technological revolution, adaptation, on pharmaceutical manufacturing, pharmacy practice and regulation. We have lined up so many other stimulating panel discussions, which is aimed at inspiring us beyond the duration of this conference. For delegates that are here physically present, we have put measures in place for your health and safety. We want you to be happy and motivated throughout the duration of this conference. But most importantly to us, we want you to be safe during and after the conference. And therefore, I would like to enjoin you that during this conference, each and every one of you should wear your mask and abide by the COVID-19 protocol. Your safety and ensuring a seamless experience is our responsibility. Indeed, this year has been very challenging, and definitely we give God the glory that finally the conference is going to hold. I would like to thank the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Sam Ohwabua, for giving us the opportunity to serve. To the LOC and CPC, to the LOC and CPC, I say thank you. It has been a very difficult and challenging time, but I thank you for the effort and support you gave me throughout the time of the preparation of this conference. I also want to recognize a special force, a silent force, a team that is so dedicated in ensuring that this conference happens, and that is the PSN Secretariat. They are busy preparing that this conference is well executed. They are not here, but wherever they are, I would like to say a big thank you to them. We really and sincerely appreciate them. To our sponsors and donors, we say a big thank you. Please go through the conference brochure and see the companies that have decided to support us despite this challenging period. Once again, I say thank you for coming to OMOLUABI despite all the challenges. I say welcome to OMOLUABI. Eka abo.
Thank you very much. We can applaud him the more. He has worked very hard. It's indeed very difficult to work or plan in a time like this. I know what this young man has passed through. Thank you very much, our indefatigable CPC chairman. I want to recognize the representative of the registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Elijah Mohammed, here ably represented by Pharmacist Peter Ilia. You're welcome, sir. May I recognize the President of Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, Comrade Dr. O.C. Obunna. You're welcome, sir. We recognize the President of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, Surveyor Akin O. Oyebola, FNIS. You're welcome, sir. I would, at this juncture, call on the PSN chairman of the State of Osun to step up and give his welcome address. May we applaud him? Because while the CPC chairman is operating from his base, this is the hand and the feet that was on ground doing the runs. You're welcome. While he takes his address, I would plead that ALPS should get ready to render the pharmacy anthem that will bring the PSN president to give his address. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome all of you to the state of Osun, the state of OMOLUABI. I thank God for today. The day has come, and I know that my people will be very happy now, because we have been looking for this day to come, and it has come today. I thank the Almighty God for making this conference possible despite all factors like COVID-19 pandemic, unrest and upheaval in the country that mitigated against it. When the outright cancellation stared us in the face, God pronounced peace into the situations, and here we are today. To him be the glory. My sincere gratitude goes to His Excellency, the #1 OMOLUABI in the state, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola. He is not just the chief host to this first of his kind conference, but also a major stakeholder whose tremendous support have made the conference see the light of the day. It is not surprising the love and zeal of Mr. Governor towards the health of the people of this great state are unequaled. This love is evident in the way his administration revitalized and rebuilt 332 primary health care facilities across the state. I thank Your Excellency. The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria is forever grateful for all your kind gestures. I still commend His Excellency for giving one of our departed elders, a former president of this great society, late Farm Senator Ayo Fasami, FPSN, a befitting burial. Baba is not here with us as he wished when he led us to meet with His Excellency Mr. Governor sometime early this year. He is not here today as he wished, but his son is here today to witness this conference. My special thanks go to our amiable and quintessential president, Famazi Sam Ohuabua, FPSN, FPC Farm, FNA Farm, FNIM, OFR, MON, whose contributions are not only invaluable but also top-notch. Sir, your efforts, leadership, wisdom, and resiliency to ensure the success of this conference is appreciated by all pharmacists in the state of Osun. We promise not to forget this, sir. I equally recognize all the efforts, sacrifices, tirelessness, and lively deliberations of our keen neck and council, and the indefatigable CPC, ably led by Farm Abbas Sambo, towards achieving a robust conference. I also acknowledge the sacrifices, selflessness, quality contributions, purposefulness, and ace organizing ability of the LOC, ably led by our own Professor Moses Akamo, the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, OAU, Ile-Ife. God will not forget your labor of love. I thank all the pharmacists in the state, our elders, fellows, and the ESCO of PSN, State of Osun. Without your physical and financial support, as well as your unalloyed loyalty, this conference will not be possible. The State of Osun is an inland state in southwestern Nigeria with Osogbo as its capital. It shares boundaries with Kwara, Ekiti, Ondo, Ogun, and Oyo states. It came into being on 27 August 1991 from the part of the old Oyo state by a decree as pronounced by the then head of state, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. The state is blessed with several mineral resources, especially gold that is rated between 23 and 24 carats. It is no news that the premier school of pharmacy is here in this state. The training of the pharmacy profession started here from the Faculty of Pharmacy, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Great Ife. The university with the most beautiful campus in the country. No arguments. You will then agree with me that Ile-Ife in the state of Osun is not only the source for the Yoruba race, but also the source for pharmacy training in Nigeria. The journey to this conference started on the 25th of February, 2017, when the then State ESCO, under the able chairmanship of Farm T.O. Sumani, wrote a letter asking for the hosting right The hosting right was granted and later validated in 2019. Today, the state of Osun is joining the League of Conference Hosting States. I want to remind us that COVID-19 pandemic is still very much around. We need to maintain adequate social and physical distance. Use your face mask and hand sanitizers as required. Our compliance will help prevent the spread of this deadly virus in no small measures. Please keep safe and help others stay safe. I welcome you all to this hybrid 93rd edition of our annual national conference. It promises to be splendid. You are all in for a greatly special treat. The program is fully packed, from the opening ceremony through to the social night and the gala night to the closing banquet. There is no dull moment. You cannot afford to miss any. I pray that God that brought you here will be with you throughout your stay and take you back safely to your destinations after the conference. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Encourage him. Well, while those who graduated from University of Ife are, hailing themselves, let's wait until the lion gets up. The keynote address speaker today is a lion. When the lion gets up, Is that sabotage? Is that all? Okay, maybe it's a sabotage. May I recognize the representative of the Nigerian Medical Association, the first Vice President, Professor Rasak Ayodele Adebayo. You're welcome, sir. House, please file out and then take the pharmacy anthem. You take the pharmacy anthem last. Start with the anthem of the state of Osun, but please, the first and second stanzas in all of them so that we can save some time. Thank you.
This election go hard.
Please, while filing out, remember to maintain social distancing.
Time before we
and
when you waka like you know well.
Also, remember we have to be COVID-19
malaria knock me basbos. And then one day I go pharmacy. I don't try 3 different malaria medicine. None work for me.
Have you tried Malact? Malact is the effective malaria medicine from May and Baker, makers of quality medicines for over 75 years. Malact contains a combination active drug called dihydroartemisinin piperacin, which keeps working in the body for up to 6 weeks, stopping the malaria parasite from
we members of the Association of Lady Pharmacists Osun State branch shall be rendering the Osun State anthem as well as the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria anthem. We will take only the first and last verses of the two. I just want to draw your attention that we will be singing the original anthem of the PSN. That has been modified over the years. Professor Sheye Bolaji availed us with this original anthem. Osun State anthem first. First and the last verse.
Amen.
PSN. Okay. All right. Excuse me, in a, okay. Hold on. Where's Bio? Okay, before we take the pharmacy anthem, I would plead that if you're a pharmacist, you should stand up while our visitors and guests will sit down. All pharmacists to be standing while our guests and visitors be seated. Thank you. After 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We pharmacists, we're proud of pharmacy. We members of a glorious PSN, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As men of honor, we join hands for pharmacy. Drug making, we are drug dispensing, we are drug advice, we are drug information, we are drug detailing, we are PSN, we are pharmacy, we are pharmacists, we are just name it, we are we are pharmacists, we are for cooperation. We are all members of a great nation's health team. Say pharmacists, we'll guard our nation's health and we prove that pharmacy can hold its own everywhere. Drug making, we are drug dispensing, we are drug advice, we are drug information, we are drug retailing, we are PSN, we are pharmacists, we are pharmacists, we are just name it, we are Nigerians, we are. Wow! I'm very proud to be a pharmacist. Are you? Please, a round of applause again for this wonderful lady pharmacist. I will at this point yield the podium to Bayo. Pharmacist Bayo, please come and introduce the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, the representative of the Honorable Minister for Health, Dr. Sage Emmanuel Ehanire, ably here represented by Professor Jesse Abiodun Otegbayo, CMD UCH Ibadan, special guest of honor from, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we still await the arrival of our special guests into this August conference. But it is my pleasure to welcome to the podium to deliver his welcome address the host of the 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. He is a president that has brought pharmacy into the technological age. We have gone full cycle from when we had at Oluyole 28, the impact of the new normal and the new tech on pharmacy in Nigeria. Please permit me to bring to the stage Mazi Sam Ohabua, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, to deliver to this August conference his welcome address.
The governor of the state of Osun, who is still being expected. In our new Nigeria, we start our programs on time. We expect that he will join us as representative. Our special guest of honor, Dr. Harire, the Federal Minister of Health, represented by the CMD of UCH, Professor Abiodun. My Lords spiritual and temporal, Kabiesi, our Lord Justice Fasomi, our keynote speaker, Professor Charles Esimone, Vice Chancellor UNIZIC, and other distinguished speakers here today. Let me welcome my past presidents, those who preceded me in office and set the base on which we are building. We're lucky to have 3 or 4 of them here today. I've seen Yaro Buddha, I've seen UN Owaga, and Azubike Okwo. You're welcome, sirs. Let me acknowledge members of NEC, and Council. Let me welcome past chairmen of the Board of Fellows, the current chairman, my own Professor Mbang Femi Oyewo, the irascible, pretty woman who has refused to age. And all the men and women of honor called fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I welcome you, sirs and ma'ams. I welcome all the fellows of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacies and fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy here. Let me particularly welcome the Registrar of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, ably represented by Dr. Leah, the DG's son, our own Farouk Salim, And my boss, the president of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, our own Surveyor Akin Oyabola. Welcome, sir. At the same time, I must acknowledge the distinguished presence of the first vice president of the Nigerian Medical Association, who is here, Professor Razak Ayodele Adebayo, who is representing the NMA president, Professor Oja. I also want to welcome our chair, the chair of our trade union, to which we rightly belong, Dr. O.C. Obonna, president of NOAP. Welcome, comrade. I know there are so many distinguished people here today, guests of different descriptions, many distinguished pharmacists who are joining us physically and those who are joining us online, and other well-wishers, pharmaceutical scientists, medical scientists, laboratory scientists, nursing professionals, physiotherapists, health workers generally who are interested in the unity of the profession, who are here, and those who are watching us from wherever they are located. I greet you all in the name of God. Those who know me know that I must start every speech by giving thanks to God. But there are times, whether you want to give thanks or not, you are compelled. Because to be able to be here today requires extraordinary act of grace. I need to pause. I think we're having our special guest of honor come in. And I can pause for the master of ceremony to welcome him and introduce him.
President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, it's my singular honor to welcome to our midst this afternoon the special guest of honor, the governor of the state of Osun, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola, ably represented here by the Secretary to State Government of the state of Osun, Mr. Oyebamji. You are most welcome, sir. And we welcome all the guests that came in with him, representing His Excellency. You are most welcome, sir. Thank you. I'll hand over the mic to the President to complete. Also, representing the Royal Father of the Day, the Ooni of Ife, Professor Adefunka Esimai. You're most welcome, ma. You're most welcome. Also on the entourage of the Royal Father is Prince Dr. Kemade Elugbeju. Forgive me, sir. Soko Omoniyi of Ife. Soko Omoniyi of Ife. Please, can we all be upstanding as we take the national anthem? National anthem to usher in our special guest of honor.
Nigeria's come on,
Your Excellency, Governor Boyega Oyetola, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, will welcome you and your entourage. We're just getting on with the meeting. We're happy you've joined us. I was just saying that it is natural to thank God for me every season of my life. But even those who don't know how to thank God, in the circumstances that we're in Nigeria and the world, are beginning to learn how to thank Him. So I want you all to join me to thank Him this morning for making this conference possible. A few short months ago, in the bloom of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had considered the possibility of canceling this year's conference. Nothing was certain, including lives of pharmacists and other healthcare professionals who have had to confront this global monster called coronavirus. It is therefore gratifying that we're able to gather in Oshobo in these fairly large numbers, and also to have some of our other colleagues join us online, allowing us for the first time to have a bimodal or a hybrid conference. At this meeting today, I was looking forward to being welcomed by a past president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a distinguished patriot, a Nigerian par excellence, Senator Ayo Fasomi. When I came for the first time to see the governor, I met with him, and when I couldn't cope with the change of schedule by the governor, because I had to return to Lagos, he led the contingent and went to see the governor to intimate him with his plan. He's gone to his creator, he's gone back to where he came from. And during the course of the year, we have lost quite a number of pharmacists, many fellows of the society, others distinguished. Some died out of natural cause. Some were gruesomely murdered in the course of duty. I'll request you, with your permission, Your Excellency, that we all stand up to reverence the memory of this great man, Ayo Fasomi, and all the other distinguished pharmacists who have been called to glory. Let's do a 1-minute observance of silence in prayer to God for the life that they lived, and that their legacies will continue to be present even in their physical absence. Holy Father, may you continue to keep the souls of the faithful departed in continual bliss in your presence, and may their memory remain a blessing unto eternity, in Jesus' name. Please be seated. Thank you very much. There is no gainsaying that the impact of COVID-19 has been quite extensive and actually still evolving. Lives and livelihoods have been gravely altered, some irreversibly. By now, as I was sitting down there, I was talking to my colleagues if they had the latest figure. By now, when I wrote this speech, about 40 million citizens of the world have been infected by COVID-19. But this morning, there are over 51 million people, and about 1.3 million have died. Indeed, some countries are already having a second wave of the infection. Thankfully to God, for Africa and Nigeria, the rates have been surprisingly low comparatively, despite the brittleness of our healthcare systems and the general apathy of our people against observing the mitigation recommendations. Irrespective of the variation of intensity of the infections and mortalities, the economic impact of COVID-19 has been virtually universal. Almost all countries have gone into recession in 2020 because of the lockdowns and disruptions of economic activities, including travel. For about 6 months of 2020, March to August specifically, Nigeria and most of the world was in virtual lockdown. Airlines were grounded as airports were shut. Factories were shut down. Ships idled at quays and ports. Global logistics ground a halt, and with it came crashing global trade. And all of a sudden, countries began to look inwards for survival. The dire economic impact is confronting political and economic leaders across the globe. For Nigeria, a major outcome is a spike in unemployment and growth in poverty, resulting in major social disruptions. The NSAS campaign that took Nigeria by storms takes its roots from the consequences of the disruptions caused by COVID-19, of course, fueled by the impact of long years of poor governance and pervasive corruption epitomized by the Nigeria police. Yet, the full impact of this global epidemic is still evolving, as I said, more so in Nigeria, and with the added risk factor, which is wholesale dependence on crude petroleum with its diminishing value in the global energy mix. Technological revolution. Yes, COVID-19 was bad news, but as Shakespeare said, there's something good in everything bad, if only men will be patient to distill it, unquote. COVID-19 threw up to the center stage a preeminent impact and utility of technology. Yes, it was always known that the 21st century was a century of technology, but COVID-19 shocked the lethargic division of the world to reality. Perhaps the global economic contraction, dislocation, and isolation would have been far worse were it not for technology, especially information communication technology. Technological innovation, adoption, and adaptation will be the major divide between countries that will quickly recover post-COVID-19 and those that will lag. Fortunately, technology is an enabler and can really help poorly resourced nations to leapfrog and catch up with the better endowed, if only their leaders are able to understand and are willing to undertake the serious preparations and resource reallocation to the centers that will ignite this much desired technological revolution. In the pharmaceutical space, we are fully conscious that a major chance we have to grow capacity, competence, and impact in this competitive industry is to latch onto technology in a most holistic manner. That is why we have chosen to address the theme, Technology Revolution, Adaptation in Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, Pharmacy Practice, and Regulation. It is our expectation, and honest and at that the distinguished academic and Administrator, Prof. Charles Okechukwu Esimone, Vice Chancellor, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Anambra State, will lead the cast of well-honed professionals and practitioners, which include people like Buki George, Founder Managing Director of Health Plus, FAM Dr. Obi Adigwe, Director General of NIPRID, and very many notable speakers and panelists who will firmly direct us to the strategies that we must take and adopt to transform the pharmaceutical value chain through technology to become competitive, profitable, and impactful. Our future, Your Excellencies, KBSCs, the second year of our stewardship has passed quite quickly. Understandably so, as we are immobilized for more than 6 months by the COVID lockdown. Nevertheless, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria remained visible and audible. Our contribution to policy and issues related to the management of COVID-19 in Nigeria was significant. Our place as frontline healthcare professionals was firmly established. We remain in the forefront of the advocacy that resulted in some decided focus on local pharmaceutical research, development and manufacturing by the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria. During the year, the long-awaited release of the Gazette confirming the long-overdue status of consultant cadre in pharmacy was issued. We have resumed work at the Abuja Pharmacy Building and have fully established a functional liaison office for our society in the nation's political capital, as required by the Constitution. And the Abuja building will be finished in the next couple of months. The Lagos Pharmacy Tower project, if you want to clap, clap. Don't threaten to clap. The Lagos Pharmacy Tower project moved from planning to implementation, with consultants and contractors moving to site. I'm pleased to announce that many pharmacists have risen in their careers and some got political appointments. We rejoice with this, sympathize with those who suffer reverses, and mourn the few who went to be with the Lord, especially those who are victims of COVID-19 or died in the line of duty. We strengthened the human resources capacity in the Secretariat and improved on the efficiency of our internal operations. It is our perception that despite all the challenges we faced, we can be thankful to God for modest achievements and the net positive advance that we have made. At our current rate of advance, and by continued grace of God, some of the lingering legislative issues will be resolved by the time we are making our valedictory address at Garden City 2021. Welcome to OMOLUABI 2020. When we were facing the reality of our tough national conference in 2019, termed Crocodile City 2019, with the unprecedented security threats, we considered the prospect of moving the 2020 annual conference out of another potentially difficult location, Osogbo and Osun. But because we believe in democratic decision-making, we threw the matter open at a council meeting. A narrow majority supported taking the risk in quotes, and here we are today. The unexpected COVID-19 pandemic intervened, and again, the council under our watch pushed that Osun, we must go. We are grateful and thankful that we're finally here. For me and for many of us here, it is refreshing to be back to this state that houses the great citadel of learning and culture, Great Ife. I'm aware that the conference planning committee, led by the seasoned, effective, but self-effacing manager, Fam Abbas Sambo, has worked around the clock to give us a good conference. And knowing the staff of the local organizing committee, led by Professor Komu, and my friend and classmates, Rabu Rab, and their determination to host this conference, we may yet receive another pleasant surprise at OMOLUABI 2020. And you know, it could also end up being one of the best conferences so far. At least it has already made history as the first national conference of PSN that is being held online and offline. That is history. And also, this is the first time the PSN conference is holding in this state. That is history. I believe there will be other firsts by the time this conference closes on Friday night. Our very distinguished guests, I am so pleased and privileged to welcome all of you to this 93rd National Annual Conference of our great society. I trust that your presence at this meeting will bring us good tidings and good luck in our continued efforts to raise the quality of our service to the healthcare consuming public, improve our contribution to local healthcare provisioning, and growing our contribution to the nation's gross domestic product, while expecting in return better appreciation for our efforts and better rewards for our contribution. I trust that that is not asking too much, or is it? Finally, my distinguished professional colleagues, those present physically at this meeting and those online, including those tuning in from the diaspora, it is my esteemed joy to welcome you all to this annual gathering where we review our performances as a society in the outgoing year, update our knowledge on current and emerging issues in pharmacy, healthcare, and economy, and plot new strategies to help us expand our coast and become better at fulfilling our primary calling, which is providing efficacious, safe, and affordable medicines, and ensuring that the consumer or patient gets the best outcome out of his drug regimen, working in productive collaboration with other healthcare professionals, medics, lab scientists, nurses, physiotherapists, etc. Let me thank my colleagues in NEC, Council, and other organs of the society. I have enjoyed the cooperation of those who served in the committees that were appointed pro bono, and remain grateful for the advisory support of the College of Past Presidents, Board of Fellows of the Society, and the Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy. God bless you all. Cabo. Thank you very much.
That is too small. Can we applaud my principal? I work with him as the National Publicity Secretary. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of the State of Osun, here ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Prince Oluwole Oyebamiji. So sorry if I miss it. We welcome you again, and your very intimidating team that came in with you in no order of seniority. May we recognize Dr. Obawale Adebisi, the Honorable Commissioner for Culture and Tourism. Can we welcome them? Please, pharmacists, welcome our guests. It's not easy to empty the entire cabinet of a state into an event. We're indeed very grateful. May we welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Works and Transports, Honorable Oluremi Omowaye. You're welcome, sir. May we welcome Honorable Tajuddin Lawal, the Honorable Commissioner for Home Affairs. We welcome you, Honorable Rafini Esamatsu, the Honorable Commissioner for Health. This is our own ministry, the Ministry of Health. You're welcome, sir. We welcome Dr. Lawal Yemi Aziz, the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Sports. You're welcome, sir. May we also welcome the Honorable Commissioner for Innovative and for Bio. Bio has very terrible handwriting. Innovation and Science. Oh, that's very innovative. I've not heard about that ministry before. Honorable Karim Ismail. May we applaud him. Welcome, sir. We welcome Honorable Okwesina Rahid, the Senior Special Assistant, Ministry of Culture and Tourism. May you stand up for recognition. We recognize the Special Advisor to the Governor on Public Health, Pharmacist Dr. C.G. Olamiju. Our own. You're welcome. The last but not the least, may we recognize Honorable Pharmacist Leke Ogunshola, Chairman, Osun Primary Health Care Board. Oh, you're welcome, sir. May I, at this juncture, yield the floor to Pharmacist Rab A. Adebiyi, my co-compare, to come and continue with the events.
Thank you. Wọ́n ní ẹni tí ó bá báyàn lórúkọ jẹ́, ìpèkúpè ní pé ókọ ẹni. But we want you to know that the population of pharmacists in the state cut across. So we intentionally want her to welcome you. Kábíyèsí, wọ́n ní olójú ẹni tí a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ pé kó kí n káàbọ̀. Iṣẹ́ kan ṣoṣo tèmi wá ṣe ń bí náà ni kí n kí àwọn kábíyèsí káàbọ̀. Onírìṣà, bàbá wa ẹ má bínú o, èdè tí a fi kí wọn yìí o. Bàbá wa Kẹ̀mádé Olúgbájú tí wọ́n ṣe ojú fún kábíyèsí, wọ́n wà níjókòó. Àti màmá wa tí wọ́n tẹ̀lé wọn, Professor Adéfúnkẹ́ SMI, ẹ kú jókòó. A gbọ́dọ̀ kọjá ní ojúde ọba ká mọ̀ kí ọba. Ń ló jẹ́ kí n fẹ́ kí n díẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá fún mi láàyè. Ẹ̀yin ni àbú, ọmọ àbú olódò kan ò tẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́, àbú olódò kan ò tàràràrà, èyí tó sàn wéréke tó sàn wéréke, ó dẹ̀yìn kùlé asínlẹ̀ ọ̀dà bàtà, ọwọ́ àdàkùnlé adélàwẹ̀ ọwọ́ àdòkun, olórí wọn àdòkun olóẹ̀rí, onípele wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ bu mú, alábàjọ ò gbọ́dọ̀ bu sánsẹ̀, ògèdè òtútù ọ̀rọ̀ ní òbúrin òdòdó ọ̀pẹ ọmọ akábọ̀ owó rẹ̀ mọ́. Ilẹ̀kùn 18 lé olúfẹ́ ẹ̀kan tí wọ́n bá kẹsàn-án nú wọn á kẹsàn òde ọgbọgba bóńtẹ́ni máa sọ àìkẹyọ. Mo fi ní ara àfẹ́rẹ́ o, ara ẹ̀fẹ́ ẹ̀kú àbọ̀ o, ara àfẹ́rẹ́ o. Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi, ẹ ṣé, yóò máa ju yín ṣe. Àṣẹ apẹ́ lẹ́nu ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ adé abẹ́rẹ́. Kábíyèsí, pharmacist Falabi, ẹ mọ̀ pé mo bá yín lóyè, mo pè yín lórúkọ. Ọba tó. Àwọn ọlọ́mọ ìkirè ilé owú, ewu ilé ewu òde, ewu ọ̀fàbùjá lé kiri kò fi hàn ni. Bàbá, wọ́n ní àṣàsí dàwúre, òkìtì ọ̀gán jìnlera ẹ̀ lórí, àṣàsí dàwúre. Béwúrẹ́ fọdún 3 kàgbó, bákùntán fọdún 6 sóògùn, kò tí ì délé alápatà ní tìjà kọ́ o. Pátápátá kan mọ̀ kí wà mọ́ tìjà kọ́ o. Kábíyèsí, àṣẹ apẹ́ lẹ́nu, ẹ ṣé bàbá wa. Moving on. In our midst is Justice Femi Fasomi. That name rings bell. Justice Fasomi is the son of our late patron, Chief Ayo Fasomi. You are welcome, please. Also present in our midst is the Deputy Commander Adebiyi Ishola, representing the State Commandant of Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. You are welcome, sir. Also present in our midst is Deputy Corps Commander Olusanjo Olumotami, representing the Sector Commander for Federal Road Safety Corporation, Osogbo Corps Commander, Kodrat Adeola Ibrahim. Actually, our emphasis have been on security, and so we have adequate relation with all the security agencies. Thank you. Now, the goal with messages. IT, please. The first one I'm calling on is the video presentation of the President of Nigeria Association of Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Scientists in the Americas, NAPSA. They are going to beam their video presentation now. ICT, please.
Hello, PSN family. Greetings from the United States of America.
Volume.
It is my distinct pleasure to send this goodwill message to the leadership and the entire members of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria on the occasion of your 93rd annual conference holding at Osogbo in Osun State. Special regards to the PSN president, Mazi Sam Ohuabunwa, and all members of the PSN executive team and board. But for the COVID-19 pandemic, nothing would have pleased us more than to be with you physically at the conference location today. The year 2020 has been a year like no other, a year in which our collective resilience, creativity, and innovativeness had to be summoned to make it true. A year characterized by the coronavirus pandemic, which led to a global shutdown that nearly paralyzed the world and continued to suppress all human activities till date. Through it all, NAPSA and PSN can be proud that they showed thought leadership and led in the education of the general population about the disease. Our advocacy efforts during this period remain focused on pushing Nigeria to rise up to the challenge of COVID-19 by investing in capacity building for indigenous R&D of therapy and vaccines to address not just the COVID-19, but other diseases that afflict our homeland. In some ways, your 2020 conference theme, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, Pharmacy Practice and Regulation, is a continuation of this push for progress. It sets yet another ambitious agenda for the Nigerian pharmaceutical sector, and the output will be of immense benefit to the NAIP leadership as they drive the Pharmacity project, which NAPSA supports very strongly. Overall, we remain impressed with the PSN's visionary leadership and willingness to continue the push for growth and quality improvement in the Nigerian pharmaceutical sector. As you know, NAPSA is right there with you and share in your ambitious agenda for the Nigerian pharmaceutical economy. We are confident that your lineup of thought leaders and subject matter experts for this conference will do justice to your team. Once again, congratulations on your conference, and we wish you very successful deliberations. Thank you.
Next, I want to call on the president of African Pharmaceutical Forum for the Goodwill message. Goodwill message, please. President, African Pharmaceutical Forum. Okay? If he is not on ground, may I call on President of Nigerian Medical Association, ably represented by Dr. Adebayo. Prof. You're welcome.
The chief host and special guest of honor, Mr. Goyega Oyetola, the executive governor of Osun State, ably represented by the secretary to the state government, Professor Ibamiji, and other members of the state executive council, including our own honorable commissioner for health, Dr. Rafi Shabotu. We appreciate you. Our special guest of honor and minister of health, Dr. Sage Anire, ably represented by our very respected CMD UCH, Professor Jesse Abiodun Tagbayo, you are welcome. Our Royal Majesty, from the source, Obade Yedinton, Babatunde Ogunwusi, Ojaya II, Olofi Ademola, ably represented by Soko Omani of Ilife, and my very good friend and classmate, Professor Kweju Esimai, other royal fathers,
of the day are present, the keynote address speaker, Pharmacist Professor Charles Simone, our own host, and the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacy Mercy Sam Wabua. Thank you for inviting us. The chairman conference organizing committee, chairman of State PSN, my very good friend, Pharmacy Kayode Adetona. Other professional bodies hereby invited, including Sophie Aki Oyebola, president of Association of Professional Bodies, and my very good friend, Dr. Ogoda from Ilefe. On behalf of the president of the Nigerian Medical Association, Professor Innocent A.O. Uja, MNI, I thank the president of the Pharmaceutical Society, the fellows and members of the PSN for inviting our president and the Nigerian Medical Association to our first hybrid and the 93rd Annual National Conference of your society, which is termed OMOLUABI 2020. The theme of the conference, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, Pharmacy Practice and Regulation, is very appropriate at this challenging time of COVID-19 pandemic, nationally and globally. We congratulate the PSN for successfully organizing the conference, despite the challenges faced in the last few weeks and months in the country. We wish you a very successful deliberation and conference outcome. Once again, we thank you for inviting us to the conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thanks so much. Next, I want to call on the president of Nigerian Association of Nurses and Midwives, or the representative, Nigerian Association of Nurses and Midwives. You are welcome, please. You are most welcome.
Thank you, sir. The chief host of this conference, the governor of Osun State, ably represented by the SSG, the organizers of this occasion, all our traditional rulers, first and foremost, our Imperial Majesty Obade Eyeni Togunsi, the Oni of Ife, ably represented by Soko Omoniyi and Professor Esimai, Oba Babatunde Falabi, all other invited guests here present, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Mercy Wabua, and the LOC, my president, Alhaji Alani Adeniji, wishes to be here, but for some logistic reasons, he couldn't make it. He called me last night to come and represent him and to congratulate Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria for organizing this delegate conference and to wish you a successful outing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You are most welcome. Next, I want to call on the president of Association of Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. I don't think he's around. May I humbly call on the president of Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy, president of Nigeria Academy of Pharmacy, next, I will call on the DG, SON, Standards Organization of Nigeria, to come and give his goodwill message. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, ably represented by the Secretary, Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Mr. President of PSN, Royal Fathers, good morning. I am very delighted to have the opportunity to address this August gathering. I'm very, very proud of the CPC for organizing a wonderful conference, considering the pandemic going around the world. This is probably the first among the few around the world organized right now. So I'm very proud of you. Also, I'd like to introduce a little bit of the Standard Organization of Nigeria. Being a pharmacist and being among pharmacists, we know what standards are. Any little mistake in the formulation can actually cause the death or survival of a person. So we are happy to actually be recognized to head this organization for the second time right now. And I want to remind us that standards are everywhere, from the building we're in now, to the chairs we're sitting, and even the food, the robot just collapsed now. I'm sure it's a certain standard we are missing. That's why he fell down on the ground here. One of the things I noticed, which I want to ask a special favor from the Royal Fathers, is that there's this wonderful hotel, very, very highly standardized, excellent international standard, the Lime Hotel. The only thing sad for me is being in the center of culture of Yoruba land and Nigeria in general, because this community, the Yoruba community, represents Nigeria around the world in the diaspora. They are known for culture and strength. But unfortunately, yesterday I was at the dining room and I saw this statue of a Roman soldier in the heart of Yoruba land, Ile-Ife. With all the statues we have in this country, with all the opportunities we have in this country, for us to come to the center of civilization and to see a Roman soldier looking at me eating lunch, I'm pleading to the secretary, to the state government and the Royal Father to please address this issue. When visitors come to Osun State and Oshogbo, they should see the statue of the Yoruba culture, not of Italian culture. I want to also avail to my colleagues the availability of one of the best and most advanced lab facility we have at Oba in Lagos. That is available for people who want to check their standards in almost everything. I'm very proud to be in this situation once again. I don't want to take too much of your time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. But before I go, I have one more favor to ask the Secretary to the State Government. Sir, our office currently is resided in a resident area in Osun State. And we are aware that there are federal organizations who have places in the federal industrial area. So we're appealing to you, sir, to give us a land so we can build a befitting, culturally acceptable headquarters of Standard Organization of Nigeria here in Oshogbo. Once again, thank you very much. As men and women of honor, we join hands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Oṣogbo òròkí ọmọ àsálà, ọmọ àtẹwọ́gbẹja, àrè òpẹta, àrè pẹta gbàgbà bá rèmí bá pẹta ẹ̀dákun ẹ má ṣe gbà lọ́wọ́ mi. Bàbá wa Àtaọ̀jà ti ilẹ̀ Òṣogbo, Ọba Jímọ̀ Oyètúnjí Ọláònípẹ̀kun, wọ́n rán aṣojú wá. Ẹni tí wọ́n sì rán wá ní Sẹ́ríkì Ìyálóde ti Òṣogbo, màmá wa Olóyè Ọládìméjì Naimot Èjìdé, ẹ ṣé, ẹ káàbọ̀. A dúpẹ́ pé a pè yín, ẹ sì wá. Moving forward, DG NAFDAC. When you hear NAFDAC, you start shivering, whether you sell pure water or you sell drugs. ICT, please, can we have the video clip for DG NAFDAC? Thank you. DG NAFDAC, the goodwill message of DG NAFDAC, please. Next is the Registrar, Pharmacist Council of Nigeria. Registrar, the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria. That is PCN. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you. The special guest of honor, Executive Governor of the State of Osun, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, all other protocols observed. I stand on behalf of the Registrar of the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria, Dr. Nuruddin Elijah Mohammed, to deliver his keynote address. First, I must apologize for his inability to be here personally. And he says I should convey the apology. He would have wished to be here, but he is not. And so he has prepared a goodwill message, which I will attempt to deliver to the best of my ability. Bringing you greetings and salutations from the staff and management of the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria on this auspicious occasion of the 93rd Annual Conference of the PSN tagged OMOLUABI 2020, holding in the ancient and serene city of Osogbo. I'm particularly commending the courage of the PSN leadership for getting the national conference to hold as planned, in spite of challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Permit me to use this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate all the pharmacists in Nigeria in the way they have distinguished themselves in all spheres ethically while delivering exceptional services to the citizenry and striving to contain the COVID-19 pandemic. The theme of this year's conference, titled Technological Revolution adaptation in pharmaceutical manufacturing is quite apt, as it will serve to address the challenges of fighting the effects of counterfeiting of genuine pharmaceutical products circulating in commerce. The technological revolution in the industry is therefore simply referring to a digital transformation need by the pharmaceutical manufacturers in order to be able to offer full visibility for traceability of the batch from the first stage of the manufacturing to the last stage of the supply chain. The Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, as a regulatory body, therefore, is looking forward to seeing the conference discussing on why it is necessary to integrate and digitize the entire value chain and not to just do automation of production. And it is my firm belief that it is the holistic approach to digitization that is advocated, because it is the concept that integrates production design, production planning, production and production execution, and services to the customers. Suffice it to say at this juncture that in order to achieve technological revolution in the nation's pharmaceutical manufacturing, it requires a high level of collaboration with ICT experts that have a powerful and proven technology for this advancement. It is on this note that I implore the conference to know that technological revolution, as it appears on this theme, is a digital solution dedicated to paperless and fully electronic pharmaceutical industry. The deployment of the technology will enable the sharing and updating of production information, as well as distribution of sensitization of sensitive information, thereby making interaction between various players in the pharmaceutical industry and supply chain a seamless interaction. At this time, I am delighted to inform the audience that the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria is already in the process of looking forward to developing a digital solution in monitoring the drug distribution channel in Nigeria along the value chain. Thank you. The federal government is on the verge of approving a department for the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria that will solely be dedicated to this noble endeavor. Finally, I wish to congratulate the leadership of the PSN for a conference that looks already to be very successful, and to congratulate all pharmacists for their resilience and doggedness at attending this conference against all odds. God bless us and wishing us a happy conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I will want to call the chairman of Board of Fellows. I refuse to call our chairperson. At times, we are permitted to look at women only once in my faith. You are forgiven. But when you look the second time, you are committing a sin. But hardly will you look at this lady one time and you will not be forced to look at her the second time. Pharmacist, Professor Mrs. Mbang Femi Oyewo, you are welcome, please.
The Excellency, His Excellency, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, KBC, the President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellows of PSN, Distinguished Fellows, and all Fellows of Academy and West Africa Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, invited guests, distinguished members Good afternoon. I believe, yes, it's afternoon. This is the goodwill message from the Board of Fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Today, Tuesday, 9th November 2020, will remain in the history of pharmacy and Osun State as we witness the opening ceremony of the 93rd Annual National Conference of our great society, PSN. We give God all thanks for providing a peaceful movement in our country, Nigeria, paving the opportunity for pharmacists to travel from all parts of Nigeria to be physically present in Osogbo and also to participate virtually, a hybrid conference for the first time. May our attendance at this conference make a positive impact in the practice of pharmacy in all its ramifications with the new technologies that will be provided here today at the conference. The board at all times recognizes the leadership of PSN, Maazisa Muhuabuma, FPSN OFIR, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and indeed a past chairman of Board of Fellows for his contribution. Yes, I expect fellows to clap for that. That's the first time we're having a past chairman of Board of Fellows as PSN president, for his continuous trust in God that Osogbo will be a reality in spite of the various security challenges in Nigeria in the past few weeks amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, I had to call him and say, are you sure we will be in Osogbo? Shouldn't we move this? He said, oh, my chair, we are going to move it by 1 week. I said 1 week. You know, that's amazing. I love your faith. The theme of this conference, technological revolution, adoption in pharmaceutical manufacturing, pharmacy practice and regulation, is quite apt. A vision of the new normal in communication in all ways of life, including the pharmacy practice. The Board of Fellows duly acknowledges and congratulates the PSN for the achievements so far attained and supports its drive in ensuring the profession of pharmacy and indeed pharmacists continue to take their rightful position within the healthcare team. Congratulations to all pharmacists. Congratulations to my president. God bless you all.
Thanks so much, Madam. Can we now listen to the congratulatory message, the goodwill message of DG NAFDAC? ICT, please.
All protocols duly observed. I wish to congratulate the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the organizing committee for the 93rd National Annual Conference holding in Osogbo, my state capital. I wish I could be there. The theme of this year's meeting, Technological Revolution, Adaptation in Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, is very apt, considering the advances in pharmaceutical manufacturing sciences and the position of Nigeria in the pharmaceutical industry in Africa. In Lewis Carroll's Alice Adventures in Wonderland, the king said gravely, begin at the beginning and go until you come to the end, then stop. Begin at the beginning is the best approach to technological revolution in pharmaceutical manufacturing. However, the come to the end, stop, can be related to knowledge and use of an old technology or paradigm, and readiness to stop and adopt a new innovative approach. In our climb, part of this new drive toward innovation is imbibing current good manufacturing and good distribution practices, and then the incorporation of cutting-edge technologies that could increase efficiency and productivity. Such innovations include artificial intelligence and machine learning, augmented reality, virtual reality, AR, VR, Internet of Things, blockchain, 3D printers, and so on. How practical are these innovations in the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria? Artificial intelligence is very relevant for conducting repetitive tasks such as data entry, lab test analysis, data management, and so on. As part of strengthening the regulatory framework in NAFDAC, the agency uses Laboratory Information Management Systems, LIMS, software in lab data entry and security, and for integration among the different laboratories. This is part of quality systems that contributes to good manufacturing practice in the industry. The era of COVID-19, where virtual meetings, inspection, and training are now part of our day, has underscored the need for use of augmented reality, virtual reality in regulatory and pharmaceutical industry. This second innovation can be very beneficial in pharmaceutical manufacturing for staff development and capacity building in remote training and learning, and also for hybrid inspection. NAFDAC has been using AR/VR in several regulatory activities, such as training and meetings, and now it is adopting hybrid inspection. 3D printing is another innovation that can be adopted in the manufacturing of some pharmaceutical finished products with high accuracy and reproducibility. It is also a technology-driven innovation. I will talk about Internet of Things. This is extremely important for good distribution practice in Nigeria. An example is traceability or track and trace, a barcoding technology-driven monitoring of the pharmaceutical product in the supply chain, from manufacturer to the patient. NAFDAC has a traceability desk. With our manufacturers, we can enrich the distribution of pharmaceutical products in the supply chain, monitoring from plant to patients, thus bringing visibility to good distribution practice. Can we incorporate this in the pharmaceutical manufacturing in Nigeria? Yes, we can. We just have to begin at the beginning with the realization of stopping or modifying old technology and adopting innovations that could build quality systems and enhance good manufacturing practices and good distribution practices in the industry. I wish the PSN great and safe deliberations in Osun State, the land of virtue. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Great effect. I want to recognize the presence of Professor O.K. Adekunle, the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, representing Professor E.O. Ogunbodade, the Vice Chancellor of Obafemi Awolowo University. You are welcome, sir. Further to that, I want to recognize, I've been telling you that we are so particular about security for this conference. So we reached all out. And pharmacists are all over the place. And that is why I want to recognize the presence of pharmacist Dr. Emmanuel Adesoji Adeoye, the Commandant General of Security and Civil Defense Commission, retired. You are welcome, sir. He is one of the delegates from FCT and is a fellow of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Also, I want to recognize the presence of Lieutenant A.O. Afun. He is representing the Commander, Engineering Construction Command of Nigeria Army at Ede. That's Brigadier General A.O. Agwola. So you can be sure, you are welcome, sir. You can be sure that the environment is fully secured. Thank you. I want to call on the representative of Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria for their welcome, for their goodwill message. Thank you. Oh, President, sir. You are welcome, sir. Mr. President, you are welcome. Yes, sir.
The chief host of today's occasion, His Excellency, the Governor of State of Osun, Governor Boyega Oyetola, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Prince Oyebanji, His Imperial Majesty, Oni of Ife, Kabiesi, ably represented here by the so-called Omoniyi of Ife and his entourage. I recognize and respect you. Other Royal Highnesses here present, the special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Health, ably represented here too. I recognize you. The host of today, the President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Mazi Sam I. Ohabua, the keynote addresser, I recognize you. The delegates here present, all members of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akin Oyebola. I'm the President of Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. Thank you, my President. The Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria is the umbrella association for all professional bodies in Nigeria. And it has, in its growing membership, 30 member bodies now. I, on behalf of that association, congratulate and felicitate with the President of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Mazi Sam I. Ohabua, and the entire membership of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria on the occasion of your 93rd National Annual Conference here in Oshogbo. I'm supposed to say a bit more about APBN, if my president will allow. The APBN stands to only advance professionalism and professional practice in Nigeria. It seeks to confer valuable advantages and privileges and impose highly professional responsibility on its member bodies and encourage them to support all works that are important to our nation and the professionals as a whole. The support that the APBN has enjoyed from the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria is age-long, I have to say it here. And the incumbent president of the society, has really fallen in line, and I'm happy to inform you that as much as possible, he is trying to surpass whatever we have on ground. I want to appreciate you for that. In the same breath, I'll quickly add that the support has been so tremendous that the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria has been able to produce a past president of Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. He's in the person of Professor E.O. Ogunlana. He was the thank you. He was the president of APBN from the year 2000 to 2002. And I'm happy to inform you that just a couple of months ago, we were able to make a pharmacist the Assistant Secretary General of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. She is pharmacist Adeniyi. Could you please stand up for recognition? That's our Assistant Secretary General now. Having said that, I want to congratulate the President and the entire membership of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria for the theme of this particular conference. That is, you called a technological revolution. And you want to find out how it's going to affect manufacturing, the practice itself, and the regulation. The president has been very versed in telling us how apt this particular theme is. But I can tell you that my observation is that with what I have seen already, the end will still going to be better than the beginning. I want to believe that the success that has been seen so far in the organization and the conduct of it goes to say that you're going to have a very wonderful, thought-provoking, and highly educative ceremony. I wish you luck, and God be with us all. Thank you very much.
Savio Akinoyebola, thanks so much for that goodwill message. Next, I want to call on the President of National Association of Allied Health Professionals. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the name is the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, NUAM. The chief host, ably represented by SSG, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Health, all other distinguished members and colleagues that are here, I want to say good afternoon to you all. The hall has been very quiet, and I want to use this opportunity to ask us to stand a little. Let's add some vibe. Our royal fathers, we respect you. You may not necessarily need to rise, but let every other person please rise. Please, I beg you. It will not be too good for us to continue to sit for a very long time. Solidarity. Let's give 3 Bosa to the success of this conference already. 3 Bosa. 1.5 Bosa to the local organizing committee. Shall we have them? Thank you very much. You may be seated. I bring one fraternal greetings to this August gathering from the leadership and the entire members of the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals. It is my great pleasure to be invited as a special guest in this 93rd annual conference. I sincerely thank the national president, Mazi Pharmacist Sam Ohabonwa, and his team for this honor. For about 20 or more years ago, we've not been able to have this fraternal coming together to share in the wealth of our knowledge. But today, the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals, formerly known as the Nigerian Union of Pharmacists, Medical Technologists, and Professions Allied to Medicine, has metamorphosed into NUAM. And the pharmacists were original members of the union ab initio, and now, through the instrumentality of our revered president and his team, we have agreed on the 14th of September through a virtual meeting of the National Administrative Council of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria that all pharmacists who are working in the hospital setting should come back to their home, which is the Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals. Shall we put our hands together for that? If you are glad to hear that, put your hands together once again. Thank you very much immensely, because it is needful. Like men of honor, you said we join hands. We must join hands to build our union so that all of us will contribute our own quota to moving the profession and the union forward. I want to recognize the fact that the pharmacists had played a very key role in our union even before now. We have distinguished pharmacists that have contributed immensely to the growth of the union. People like Pharmacist Oko, people like Pharmacist Olumide, Oloyede, even Mrs. Effort Ekaite. All of them had one time or the other played their role. And I'm very also glad to say that with the good news we've heard that the head of service had approved the consultancy grade for pharmacists, I want to say that that's a welcome development. And through the instrumentality of the union, we shall push it forward so that it will be implemented. So the representative of minister, and also he's wearing another double crown. He's also a member of the Committee of Chief Medical Directors of Nigeria. We want to plead with you, now that this consultancy grade has come to bear, we want you to go ahead, straightforward, implement it to our members without any delay. I want to appreciate also that, like men of honor, there are so many grounds to cover. The pharmacists are very unique. In this era of COVID-19, we are still searching for the vaccine and medication to prevent or to treat COVID-19. We are yet to get there. With this apt team, I believe at the end of the day, we shall be reverberated and we shall go into action and discover the vaccine for COVID-19 cure. Finally, I want to thank all the organizers of today's program and all the pharmacists here who are in the hospitals. I want to urge you, when you get home, start to reintegrate, if you have not been integrating before, with the unit branch, the state branch, and the National Union of Nigeria, that is Nigerian Union of Allied Health Professionals. Play your role as men of honor, and we shall build together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, comrade. You're very wise. Anybody who decides to be in enmity with pharmacists is simply taking a risk. They are the only set of healthcare professionals licensed to dispense poisons. While standing on already established protocols, may I recognize the Secretary of West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, Professor Noel Wanang. I also recognize the Vice Chancellor of Christland University, Abeokuta, Professor Chinedu Peace Babalola. You're welcome, ma'am. May I recognize the chairman of technical and interest groups of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. In no order of importance, I want to start with the ACPN chairman, national chairman, Dr. Sam Adekola. Sam Adekola, wherever you are, can you take a bow? May I recognize the national chairman of AHAP, Dr. Chinedu Amibo. Take a bow. May I recognize my teacher, the national chairman of NAPA, Professor Ibezim Emmanuel. May I recognize the national chairman of National Association of Industrial Pharmacists, IG. You're welcome. I would at this juncture call on the Secretary of West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, Professor Noel Wanang, to give a goodwill message from the Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. May we encourage him. Please clap more for him. I have an exam next week, so that you know now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The Executive Governor, His Excellency, ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of the State, His Imperial Majesty, KBSU, and your entourage, the Honorable Minister of Health, ably represented, distinguished pharmacists, ladies and gentlemen. As the Secretary General of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, it is my singular honor to be invited today. It is indeed a great pleasure to have the unique opportunity to deliver a good message at this 93rd occasion. Most importantly, in a beautiful city, Osogbo, which I am visiting for the first time yesterday. The history of Nigeria is not complete if we do not mention Osogbo, and I'm happy that today I have seen the Osogbo and I am never disappointed. I must tell you, I will put it in my CV that if I'm mentioning places visited, having mentioned some countries, I will particularly mention Osogbo. Permit me to convey to you the unavailability of the President of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists, pharmacist Jani McKay. She's a Gambian. She will have been here herself, but for circumstances and exigencies of office, she cannot come. And I hereby stand on behalf of the Council, on behalf of the President, and indeed on behalf of the West African Postgraduate College of Pharmacists. For those of you that know WAPCP, we are saddled with the responsibility of education and training in the entire West African region. And each time we mention West African Postgraduate College, or we mention West Africa, the truth is West Africa whether it is English-speaking, French-speaking, Portuguese-speaking, West Africa is Nigeria. The truth again, whether it is West Africa, East Africa, or South Africa, the entire Africa is Nigeria. I am exceptionally delighted at the choice of the theme of this year's occasion, talking about technology, talking about advancement in practice, competencies, and skills. WAPCP, at any moment, is happy to associate with such a progressive. I'm not surprised, because the leadership of Mazi Sam Wambonwa, as exceptional as it is a gift, not just to pharmacists, but to the entire Nigeria, because pharmacists are now willing to move the dynamics and redefine the ethics of health in this country. I wish you all a very happy deliberation. I wish you a successful conference. On behalf of WAPCP, accept my congratulations for a huge and successful conference. There's a proverb that says, a Good Friday is recognized from a Wednesday. This opening ceremony is so momentous, so marvelous, so fantastic. It is an indication that we are going to have a fruitful, fantastic, and excellent deliberation that will move this country forward. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wanang. May I recognize the National Chairman of Association of Lady Pharmacists of Nigeria, Pharmacist Vicky Uku. FPSN, can she take a bow? Towards professional excellence. May we recognize the presence of an interest group again in pharmacy, the president, or chairman, sorry, of the Clinical Pharmacists Association of Nigeria. This is actually their first conference as a body. Dr. Joseph Madu, can you just wave? You're welcome. As at today, the fear of the youth is the beginning of wisdom. May we recognize the coordinator of the Young Pharmacists Group of the PSN, Pharmacist Issa Mohammed. Issa, are you there? Our greater tomorrow. I'm sure he's trying to make sure some things are going well there. At this juncture, I will yield the podium again to my co-compare, Pharmacist Bayo, my November friend, to come and unmask a very big masquerade for the keynote address.
Thank you very much, IJ. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Manuel Hainer, ably here represented by Professor Jesse Otegbayo, the CMD of UCH Ibadan. Your Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, Governor Oyetola, ably represented here by Prince Oluwole Oyebamiji, the Secretary to the State Government. Your Royal Highness, the Onirisha, that is ably represented here, as well as His Royal Highness, the Akiri of Akiri. Permit me, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to bring forward the keynote address speaker of this 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. It is my singular honor to invite up to the stage for me to read to this August conference the resume of an erudite scholar, a distinguished pharmacist, a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, and the Vice Chancellor of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University in Awka. Please let's put our hands together as he makes his way forward. Charles Okechukwu Esimone hails from Akweze in Anaucha local government of Anambra State. He was born on 31st December 1970 in Tiko, Cameroon. Professor Esimone attended St. Joseph's Primary School, Tiko, Cameroon from 76 to 1982 and proceeded to St. Joseph College, Sase-Bour, Cameroon, where he acquired a secondary school certificate in 1987. Esimone had another academic tutelage at the Cameroon College of Arts and Science, Kumba, Cameroon, and obtained a general certificate in education, advanced level in 1989. Charles Okechukwu Esimone obtained his Bachelor of Pharmacy in 1995, Masters of Pharmacy in Pharmaceutical Microbiology in 1998, Doctor of Philosophy in Pharmaceutics in 2002, all from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Professor Esimone speaks English, French, German, and Igbo languages fluently. His professional career, Prof. Esimone started his career as an internee pharmacist and then became a laboratory instructor, all in the Department of Pharmaceutics of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He became a professor of biopharmaceutics and pharmaceutical microbiology at just 37 years old. He was the pioneer dean faculty of pharmaceutical sciences at Gulu campus of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. He also served two terms of 2 years each as deputy VC academics of the university. Professor Esimone is a researcher with well over 100 publications, and in May 2019 was ranked 18th on the list of 28 most published scholars in Nigeria. Prof was also the director of Confucius Institute of Nnamdi Azikiwe University. On May 14, 2019, Professor Esimone was elected the new Vice Chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. He is the State Campus Coordinator for Deeper Life Campus Fellowship in Anambra State and also a member Board of Trustee of Anchor University in Lagos. Professor Okechukwu Esimone is a well-decorated individual. His awards. Professor Esimone is a recipient of several awards, including the Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship to Germany between 2003 and 2005. He's a visiting scientist at the University of Pittsburgh, 2007 to 2008. The Andy Bright Contest for the Best African Innovative Researcher in South Africa in 2009. Young scientists representing Nigeria at the Summer Davos Annual Meeting of New Champions in Tianjin, China in 2010. The C.V. Raman Senior Fellowship in India in 2013. Fellow of the Nigeria Academy of Science. Member, Governing Council of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and the Nanomedicine Society of Nigeria. Professor Esimone is the pioneer national president of the Nanomedicine Society of Nigeria, a member of the several professional bodies, including the Global Young Academy and the American Society for Cell Biology, recipients of various national and international grants and a reviewer of several national and international journals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my singular honor to bring forward, to address the 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, tagged OMOLUABI 2020, our keynote speaker, Professor Okechukwu Esimone.
I want to start by saying that I'm very humbled to be chosen to deliver this unique keynote address at the 93rd annual conference of our great society, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. As my mentor and the president of our great society, pharmacist Sam Oabunwa, the man that always goes with the unique name of Mazi, will always say, it is impossible to stand before very honorable personalities, very distinguished professionals of your caliber, without acknowledging the goodness of God. God has been faithful. God has been good. As you will have found out from my citation, I'm the most blessed of all persons created by God here on earth. I'm the most blessed. You will agree with me that if it were to be by age, I would not have reached 10% of the position I've attained today. If it were to be by experience, maybe less than 1% of the position I've attained today. If it were to be by might, by connection, I'll be far below 0.5%. But because it is by grace, I am who I am. And I publicly acknowledge He who has brought me this far and who has made it possible for me to contribute my little quota to our society, and especially our great society, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. And so, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Osun State, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government, as well as the retinue of wonderful commissioners you came with, Commissioner of Health, Commissioner of Culture, Commissioner of Innovation, Kabiesi, the representative of the Oni of Ife, Kabiesi, Kabiesi, my brother Farm, I'm enthused. I'm glad that you're in our midst. Other important dignitaries who have been well recognized by my president in terms of protocol, I want to bridge that without failing to recognize in a very special way the chairman of Board of Fellows and indeed members, Board of Fellows of our great society, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. And ladies and gentlemen of the press, I want to thank again the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria Planning Committee and indeed our great president for the opportunity accorded me to present this keynote to the 2020 Annual National Conference and meeting of the best organized professional group in Nigeria, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. The PSN conference represents the most complete and spectacular gathering of pharmacists in Africa's greatest economy, that is Nigeria, being also the most populous black country on earth. And so I want to thank you for being here. And as men of honor, we must do what? Join hands. The topic, which is crafted from the theme of this conference, is technological revolution, adaptation in pharmaceutical manufacturing, pharmacy practice, and regulation. As the opening ceremony was going on, one of our colleagues seated beside me remarked that, Prof, your keynote address has been delivered several times because speaker after speaker, giving good messages, they touched on very key aspects of this keynote. And I said, so that makes my job easier and easier. Because as I look at your faces, as a professor and as a teacher, I've done nothing else since my graduation except teaching. I started teaching as an intern. So I recognize the psychology of students, quote unquote. And I must say, there are two times that is most crucial and most difficult to convey a message. The first one is just after lunch. Because after lunch, we experience what we call postprandial narcolepsy. You begin to doze as a result of the metabolism from the food that you have eaten. It's natural. The second one, and most tricky, is preaching, is talking, teaching a set of adults and semi-adults after 1 p.m. when they have been sitting for about 4 hours before lunch. You will see a lot of reactions. And that one is trickier because you are having narcolepsy induced by hypoglycemia and long-time sitting anxiety. So, I'll excuse you if you react in most inappropriate manner because you have to react. The nature has to react one way or the other. But I want to also, crave your indulgence to give me a few minutes. I'll try to rush as much as possible, acknowledging that we have sat for long, we have had a good time, and it's only normal that we move on to the next level. In all sincerity, I doubt if any other topic can be as apt as this one at this critical period in nation building. At the local level, we are faced with crippling industrial actions, intractable insecurity, hikes in the prices of food items, galloping inflation, and tumbling oil prices. While at the global level, we are now adjusting and readjusting to the new normal occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. And collectively, our drive as government and institutions are dangerously getting closer to their yield points. And to overcome these challenges, we must turn to technology. And that is why this topic is apt at a time like this. Let me draw your attention to innovation and to technology and the challenges that present. I've chosen to see technology through the eyes of innovation. According to Li Keqiang, the Premier of the People's Republic of China, innovation is an inexhaustible engine for economic development. What then is this innovation? Is it original? If something is original, unexpected, fresh, never been thought of before, never been seen before, creative, new, useful, then it is innovation. Forbes said, now Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines it as the introduction of something that is new, including an idea, a method, or a device. Technological innovation is a branch of innovation. And talking about technology, George Orwell said, men are only as good as their technological development. I want to quickly take us to how creation started. At creation, the earth was filled with possibilities and opportunities. And then God said, increase and multiply and subdue the world. That is introducing, in a very succinct way, innovation. It's only through innovation that you can multiply. And we saw that during the industrial revolutions. You know, we have four industrial revolutions. The first one, occasioned by steam engine, was trying to adapt things. The second one, by electricity, was enhancing mass production. And that's why when we say multiply, God recognizes that you must have innovation, innovative ways of multiplying. And then subdue means you must have innovative way of overcoming the challenges that are presented in our society. We have great challenges at this time, my dear professional colleagues. Challenges that have made us to learn to think outside the box. One of the challenges, one of the things, you know, as dean at the Faculty of Pharmacy, one of the things I was struggling to introduce, which many people saw then as not possible, was trying to introduce ICT in teaching. I remember at that time in 2009, you know, I was organizing, we had some visiting professors from the US who were teaching our students. We didn't have strong bandwidth of internet. So I was organizing for video conferencing. These professors to stay in the US. And interestingly, our DG NAFDAC was one of them, the pioneer people who started my Faculty of Pharmacy. Should be in the US and want them to, you know, give lectures to our students here in Africa using video conferencing. And everybody was saying this thing will not work. It will not work. And here we are. Because of COVID-19, we are having for the very first time a hybrid conference. The challenge posed by COVID-19 has forced us to be innovative and to embrace technology in order to go forward. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that particular attribute was actually put there at creation by God himself. But human beings, due to laziness, they failed to tap into it. But now we are forced. And I thank God that the leadership of the PSN under able president recognized this. And I pray that as men of honor, we will toe this path. Technology and GDP. Let's take a look at the world economy power in terms of their gross domestic product in descending order. United States, China, Japan, Germany, India, France, United Kingdom. But in terms of technological expertise, the ranking is Japan, USA, South Korea, China, Germany, UK, Singapore. Now, except for India, that has a high GDP, pushed up by, population, and South Korea, the two lists are made up of almost the same list of countries. The presence of India in the GDP top 7 and their absence in the technology top 7, coupled with the position of China and the USA in both lists, they show that population can be a great factor if exploited for GDP growth. However, if population alone was the determinant factor, then Nigeria should have been up there in the GDP list. Is that not true? It's not the only factor. There's something we must key into, and that's technology. The presence of almost all the same countries in both lists shows the correlation between economic development and technological advancement. Now, I'll digress a bit because it's important to learn a lesson from here. Technology in war. If you look at listening to American presidents during the State of the Union addresses, such as the one that Barack Obama delivered in 2011, one thing always strikes me, the confession that the greatness of a nation has a lot to do with its technological accomplishments. Hinged, I must emphasize, hinged on human capital above everything else. And so for one, military might and industrial might are both tied to one might, technological might. You know that a few weeks ago, Americans came to our nation and they were able to rescue somebody who was kidnapped in our nation. It was not because they had the best military might, but they had the best technological weapon, technological know-how. They use technology to monitor and then to silently pick this person without any casualty. That's the point we are making. It can be harnessed positively. Technology is a powerful tool that, if used, it can be used to build, to create, to transform, and to rapidly expand our frontiers on all levels. The might that China is experiencing and enjoying today is not necessarily because of their population, but because they took the shortcut and embraced technology. And now, having acquired technology, they're now almost second to world powers. And everybody recognizes that. We have an opportunity as a nation to embrace technology, to overtake all of them. They will come begging us. And you know what? We have the know-how. Our products, our children, our sons and our daughters, when they leave the shores of this nation, they are assets outside, telling us that in terms of the seed of human capital, our nation has that seed. What is left is for government to harness them, just like somebody who may have a precious seed, but you don't know how to plant or where to plant so that you can bring forth fruit. We need to learn that art of sowing in precious grounds, using the precious seeds that God has given us as a nation. The United States received the instruments of surrender and instantly became a superpower. This was after the World War. That World War was won by technology. The First World War was won by technology. The Second World War by technology. And we will have had other world wars if not that technology came in to put an end. Because everybody now knows that if you don't imbibe peace, the nuclear weapon you have, China has it, UK has it, America has it. So if they release it, all of you will die. Because of that knowledge, there is a kind of coded peace that we're experiencing today. And it tells us that technology can also bring peace. If you know what I have, I know that if you make noise, I release it, all of us will perish. Everybody now maintains peace. But where there is none, you are using physical power and all strength and noise. There will be destruction, as we are saying. I want to tell you that if our criminals, if they understand that if you like, go to the bank and rob, do whatever you do, few days after, we'll use technology to locate you and pick you. If they know that if you can leave your car in the open, nobody will go there. But because they know that you don't have, you just use noise and other power, so they go. If they know this, when I became vice chancellor, I told my people, I said, we'll do a simple thing. Exam malpractice is everywhere. I said, I will do a simple thing, and I'll use my own faculty as a guinea pig. I'll mount CCTV cameras in all the halls. Because exam malpractice, somebody will say, I didn't do it, I did it, you didn't do it. And the argument to and fro. So we just mounted CCTV. The students didn't understand that. And then when they finish, and nobody may be in the hall, somebody will just be somewhere in this office monitoring the hall. As you turn your left, the camera will pick you. So after about 1 hour, we just came, they were just picking them one by one. They picked about 20 of them, and they started shouting. They went back and played the CCTV. That was, in that faculty, people started respecting them. As we speak now, nobody does. They know that something is doing what? Watching you. Simple technology. Simple. And then I came to this, I told my colleagues that in the Senate, we'll introduce it also in offices of lecturers. So that if you are harassing students in whatever you are doing, we'll see. And they shouted that they want to abuse human rights. Because they know that at the rate I was going, I'll catch them without anybody. You can't argue again. Well, so we'll mount it there. As you're interacting with the people, after some time, we'll come and play it. I didn't do it, I did it. We'll see you, we'll show you what you did and how you did it. But that is technology. As simple as that technology is, very simple, it can bring peace, it can bring harmony. I'm telling you. As I'll go on, I'll try to summarize. So technology in war, they use technology to stop the World War II, and now the Cold War and other wars that would have emanated are stopped because of technology. Now let me go quickly to technology for humanity. The above introduction is simply a tribute to the power of technology. It is far from an endorsement of the destructive application of technology as in war. For one, every human life is sacred, and the real technology is the technology which insists on saving lives and granting to every human dignity and a sense of inclusion. Revolutionary technology is the one that positively affects not only the life of the rich, but the life of every human. I want to say that the real technology is the technology that affirms the humanity of every human being also the technology that can be deployed to every part of the globe in the service of all men, regardless of color, religious creed, tongue, or social class. Pharmaceutical technology stands tall as one of such technologies. So our calling as pharmacists is the most honorable one, because pharmacy as a cause uses technology to ensure that every life, including every organ in that life, is saved where possible and assisted to perform optimally. That is pharmacy. And that is why technology is apt in the practice of pharmacy. Pharmacy as a course or a discipline today is a creation of years of purposeful human inquiries geared towards finding a cure for diseases. These endeavors may have started with the apothecary's art, only to evolve with time into a core science, arguably the most central and useful of all sciences studied in any country. Pharmacy as a course has been molded by big influences levied by chemistry, biotechnology, basic science, engineering, law, and the humanities. Therefore, scientific and technological advances in these fields, in these various scientific fields, have had profound influences on the development of both pharmacy curriculum, pharmaceutical practice, and manufacturing. Technology in the industry. The fourth industrial revolution. We have had the first industrial revolution, where steam power from steam engines were used to mechanize production. I said it earlier. The second industrial revolution, where electric power was employed for mass production. And the third industrial revolution, where the application of electronics and information technology was used for automation. Here comes the fourth. The founder of the World Economic Forum, Mr. Klaus Schwab, describes the fourth industrial revolution, as announced in 2016, as a fusion of technologies, which blurs the line between the physical, biological, and digital spheres, and promises to engender change on an unprecedented scale. It is essentially a cyber-physical revolution built on automation, artificial intelligence, and big data, marked by hyper-intelligence and hyper-connectivity, and enabled by the Internet of Things. Hanan Mossi, the Director of Macroeconomics Policy, Forecasting and Research Department of the African Development Bank, while writing the World Economic Forum, described the fourth industrial revolution era as marked by acceleration in digitalization, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics, 3D printing. Now let us look at some of the features of this fourth industrial revolution, because that's where we are now. It is characterized by high velocity, increasing scope, and widespread system impact that can disrupt production, management, administration. It is largely dependent on artificial intelligence and machine learning for the improved processes occasioned by unprecedented processing ability. Now, all this grammar, the take-home message I want you to have is that we have had the first industrial revolution. We've had the second. We've had the third. The fourth one, which we are in now, is characterized by artificial intelligence. It's characterized by machine learning. It's characterized by data. If we have to move and join our counterparts in other nations, we must catch up with this thing. The question is that we have not even managed to catch up with the second industrial revolution, mass production. We have not even managed to catch up with the third industrial revolution, using electronics, computer, ICT. And now we're talking about the fourth one. But I want to assure you that with the way our nation is moving, if you watch and observe what happened during the NSAS protest, you see that we have a crop of youths who are ready to jump. They can fast forward and move beyond the second and third and jump into the fourth. All we need to do is to empower them. And as a profession, we need to start looking at where we fit in, how we can come in, and what we can start doing. I was listening to the keynote, address by the DG of NAFDAC. He said, we just need to start. The problem is in starting. Once you don't start, you cannot move. And so I'm here to encourage us to start. No matter how highfalutin they tell you that the processes and procedures are, we can start because we got all it takes to start and to move and even overtake others. So a brief insight into artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning. AI, artificial intelligence, makes use of machine learning to make decisions and execute smart tasks previously possible only for humans, using a series of algorithms. There are two types of machine learning. The first is the supervised learning, and then the second is the unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, an algorithm can be trained to perform a task based on previously known pattern, what we call label. On the other hand, in unsupervised learning, an algorithm is used to identify possible patterns in a data without previous knowledge of any pattern or process. Now, to give specific examples. Now we are talking about data, many data, and I was happy, that some of our, those who were presenting goodwill messages alluded to the use of data and how you can use data to change things. You can use information that is stored using machines to identify patterns of behavior. A machine can study, maybe in your retail pharmacy shop, it can look at what kind of stock people mostly buy, at what time. And instead of wasting time to stock all kinds of things that are not necessary, you just go into that. That is what the big shops in the US are now using. There are times you go to some countries abroad, they tell you they are doing sales. It's not just, that these are predicted behavior. They know that this is what people will do at this time if they put such promotions. And I tell you that many of those companies make the greatest profit during sales. I am telling you, because you are forcing people through that, so to say, reduction of prices to spend more. People buy more than what they anticipated. And then you make your profit. These are all things that algorithms have defined and have patterned them. And people now use it and then use that, for their own businesses. This we need to catch into and see how we can make progress. The important question is pertinent here. What does the fourth industrial revolution hold for developing countries like Nigeria? The labor implication of the requirement of the fourth industrial revolution is that the components of labor markets will shift from unskilled labor, which is what we have now, to cognitive and creative type, highly skilled labor that characterize what we describe as knowledge-based economies. Knowledge-based economies is where we should be thinking of tapping into. You don't need any special skills. All you need is your brain. Knowledge-based economy. A lot of countries now, that's what they have. They don't have raw materials. They don't have infrastructure, but they have patents that they can sell and make money. We need to tap into knowledge-based economy system. It is the incentive and the reward that we give for innovation that we encourage people to go ahead and begin to innovate. I was frankly very impressed during this COVID-19 era. I don't know how many of us noticed that because the government put some incentive. They say if you have a cure for COVID-19, this amount, if you have a cure, if you see the amount of innovation. I was privileged to serve in a panel set up by the Ministry of Science and Tech, where we're reviewing products that have potential for COVID-19. And at the panel, I told my panel, I said, this is a step in the right direction. All manner of persons were coming with innovations. All we needed to do is to test those things, confirm their authenticity, and then we are good to go. But it was because there was an incentive that was put across. For the knowledge you have, we're going to patent it and we're going to take it forward. It started bringing it forward. And then I saw some youths who came up with uncommon innovations, diverse innovations. And I just said, the country has hope. We just need to tap into this now and not let this team go down. COVID-19 has brought out not the worst in us, it has brought out the best in us. So what does the fourth industrial revolution hold for the pharmaceutical sector? This sector is actually a subset of the industrial sector. The pharmaceutical sector is uniquely characterized by a high requirement for research and development and a high level of regulation, perhaps comparable only to weapons development. The huge need for research and development investment in this sector occasions a need for trade secrets and intellectual property protection in order to safeguard innovation, even as the same innovations are applied for public good. The pharmaceutical sector is poised to be most heavily impacted by the fourth industrial revolution, both in terms of the skill set for survival in the industry, capital requirements, regulation, and its overall organization and administration. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will give rise to increasing complexities of robots. Their deployments in pharmaceutical production lines will improve efficiency, starting from R&D to marketing. And AI that is used in R&D will enhance the identification of life-saving drugs, reduce the desired time as well as the time required for lead optimization. How many of us, I don't know, in the news 2 days ago that there's already a vaccine, for COVID-19 marketed by Pfizer and BioNTech. This is not a product of serendipity. It's a product of high level of technological advancement occasioned by AI and other, forms of, digital learning. And this is how drug discovery will be reduced as the days go by using, AI technology. A lot of data is out there. All you need to do is know how to mine those data, harness them, and you can, cut down the process of drug discovery, whether vaccine or, proprietary drugs. The Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Group of the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, they boast of about 100 members, and they employ thousands of skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled workers, including medical representatives. Young pharmacists form the bulk of the workforce in the last job category, with only a very small number engaged as production pharmacists and superintendents. Even now, with increasing use of machine, more and more companies are engaging more engineers than pharmacists. This trend is already there in most developed countries, like in America. Most of the industries, they engage more of engineers than pharmacists. So we need to begin to change and imbibe this technology. If you are just doing the traditional pharmacy without knowledge about AI and software development skills, Very soon they may use robots to begin to do what pharmacists are doing. So we need to begin to move faster in order to overtake them. So we can expect that in the full realization of the fourth industrial revolutions, many more of the SY core pharmaceutical jobs on the production line will be lost to software engineers and robots. According to a report by the PMG man, which was cited by the United Nations, by the UN Development Organization, the size of pharmaceuticals and healthcare products market in 2009, they stood at $2 billion. Now, $2 billion US dollars is a very small chunk of our GDP. So we're saying that with all what we're doing, the breakdown is that prescription ethical pharmaceuticals, about 500 million, over-the-counter, 900 million, biologicals, 100 million. And biological is where the world is going now, or the vaccines and immunologicals. Related healthcare and lifestyle products, 500 million. Meanwhile, Nigerian GDP stood at 292 billion. So if you have a GDP of 292 billion, and what pharmaceutical is contributing is only 2 billion, it means we need to up the game. And that's why we need to come together to begin to look at means of bridging this gap. Nigeria's pharmaceutical sector contributes very low percent of its GDP. That's not good enough. We need to begin to think outside the box. AI in strategic planning. Every manufacturer will be happy if she can determine which product to produce more than the others using big data. And this kind of data cannot be handled by Excel, but it will give more insight than data that can be analyzed using Excel. And so using unsupervised machine learning, it is possible to segment your sales and bring out a certain pattern of sales for different products, hidden seasonalities and trend factors that will impact your profit. One can also train the algorithm in supervised learning to identify a known pattern in a large data. And armed with this information, a manufacturer can easily determine where to channel more funds and where to withdraw funds from. And that's where the world is going now. In the area of pharmacy practice, there are digital pills that can alert a doctor whether you have taken your medicine or not. And these things are technologies that are common, that are even getting cheaper and cheaper now. I want to quickly go to technology and regulation. Coming to pharmaceutical regulation, NAFDAC must seek to put in place a framework for regulation of new disruptive pharmaceuticals, including those previously enabled by nanotechnology and other personalized medicine portals. You can't regulate what you do not know. Let us take, for instance, doping by athletes. Some athletes are able to take performance-enhancing substances without being detected because the technology regulators do not have the current kind of equipment to detect this minute quantity. I'm not saying that that's what's operational in NAFDAC, but I'm saying this is part of we need to go ahead of what the common persons are doing if we must embrace the realities of our times. Our regulators and enforcement agencies must recognize advances that have been made in the development of rapid detection formats for on-site drug delivery. They must be made to play greater roles in point-of-use pharmaceutical regulation at the point of entry. This is crucial. Whatever you can catch at the point of entry, and then you feel that you can catch it when it's now distributed in nook and crannies with bad phone network, that's a big mistake. Our technology must move to be able to detect this product at the point of entry. And that's a big challenge, but it's something that is doable because there are lots of software that can track certain kinds of products as they are coming, and then you can ship them. The country must note that the embarrassment associated with having to wait to have test kits and ventilators delivered from other countries, while at the same time waiting for the delivery of vaccines and medical aids, was a situation that must not repeat itself. Because I believe that real sovereignty is only possible when there is a significant level of technological, industrial, and economic independence. Otherwise, we'll have what we call a suzerainty instead of sovereignty. The entire country must rejig so that we will never have a need to beg for ventilators from other nations. What are giants for? I would like to conclude by offering certain suggestions, though I appreciate that it will take the highest level of stakeholders' engagement to prepare Nigeria for the fourth industrial revolution and the post-COVID new normal. Mr. Klaus, that is Klaus Schwab, has called for a response that is integrated and comprehensive, involving all stakeholders of the global polity. And I must say that one of the things that has so much impressed me with the current PSN management is this call for unity. I came here, I saw that the APBN chairman was here, that for the Nursing Council, and all of them here together. Because, truly, the fight against diseases, whether infectious or non-communicable, cannot be fought by one person alone. It needs concerted effort. So whatever divides the health professionals, allowing people to fight in silo, is the enemy that we must fight first. So by coming together, you recognizing our strength, I recognize your strength, you bring your strength and I bring mine, that is the way to fight and to cope and to destroy these diseases. I must say that in the committee meeting that we had at the Ministry of Science and Tech, one of the things I remarked, and I remarked that very proudly, I made that remark very proudly. I said, anywhere in the health professional team, anywhere in the healthcare system, where you have policies you're advancing, and you neglect pharmacists. If I look at any healthcare committee, wherever, and I don't see a pharmacist there, I know that there's a crucial missing link that I've been introduced. That thing is bound to crumble. And I told them why. So all the policies, healthcare policies, done, and you don't include this crucial group, is bound to fail. So I want to thank the PSN for recognizing this and working towards that. It's what all global players are also advocating, that as men of honor we join hands. We join hands with ourselves, we join hands with other healthcare professionals to move the healthcare system forward. Examples of what we can do now. I want to say we can move into what we call enterprise resource planning. We have over 4,000 registered premises in Nigeria. And I'm almost sure that the number of premises with enterprise resource planning software are not up to 30%. You can imagine a software that gives you any information about your business at the press of a button. I was talking with a student of mine who was complaining that her pharmacy is situated at a corner where the buying power is low. I advised her to segregate her products using ABC analysis or what we call the Pareto principles. This way, she will be able to know the 20% of her products that gives her 80% of her revenue, so that she will never be out of stock. She said, yes. When I started newly, we had a software that gave us such information, and we made better revenue. However, it was a crack. And when we went online, the owners detected and blocked it. And I said, how much? And she said, about $400. I was surprised that she couldn't spend $400 to get a software that will give her increased sales. But it's a lesson for many of us. The simple technologies that we put in our premises at regulatory level or in the factories We look at the immediate cost. We don't look at the overall benefit. It's time to begin to learn the lesson of making hay while the sun shines. Enterprise resource planning in manufacturing. ERPs, they speed up decision-making because it stores data from different sections of a company into one database, and interaction of different sections can easily be visualized. For instance, the interaction between sales and manufacturing can easily be visualized by pressing a button. And so decision-making response to customers with data such as available to promise information can easily be gotten, unlike when the different sections of the company operate in silos and store their data in separate databases. I've also said this, that the idea of using data. As I was preparing this lecture, I thought about many organizations, and it's happening now. Many, they contact us as universities. They're looking for data. People want to buy data. Initially, I was enthused why somebody want to pay for data about certain behavior of students. But I now discovered, as we interact further, that there are big companies that are using such things to modulate and predict human behavior, and therefore to use that as either decisions. Do you know that there are people who are working on, you can look at how people behave over centuries and know when there will be unrest, when there will be protest. People are already working on that. They can predict when in your company, the kind of things that will happen, things you see, and you know that your workers will go on strike, or a lot of things about I'm talking about human behavior. Things that will influence buying, that will influence optimal production in terms of human capacity. These are all based on data. And I was saying that it is not late for us as a society to begin to invest on data. There are data that we have that may give us all the funding we have, all the funding we need, more than we have ever thought of. So, and that's the whole idea about the fourth industrial revolution. Investing in data, big data, investing in machine learning. And this society is on the right track as we look at this. Install CCTV. I always want to talk about this because in my own little way, I've seen that this alone is a very simple, common technology, but it can change a lot of things. Another friend of mine installed just the inventory software. There was a time, many of us premises will have inventory software. But inventory software alone can now be manipulated. So this friend of mine installed just the inventory software. I advised him to install a CCTV, but he told me that it was difficult because of power. I told him to install a solar inverter that will just power the inventory unit and the CCTV when there is no power, but he refused. Now, about 18 months along the line, he told me that his manager stole close to ₦1 million over that period. Now, a solar unit and CCTV that you can monitor with your phone wherever you are, will not cost more than 500,000 because of the exchange rate now, of course. You can monitor, your business, your manufacturer, wherever you are. As you are in this conference, you can see what people are doing. My kid sister, who, she has the boutique, she travels to Turkey and China and buys. So she had a shop, big shop, somewhere at Onitsha. Graduate, but doing it well. And I told her, I said, at your shop, those your sales guests will eat you dry if you don't put technology there. And you know what she did? She installed CCTV, and with her phone, if she's traveling, if she's in the village or so, she'll just put on the phone. And she did it twice. And the whole sales girl, they call her, they say, Madam is a witch. She was just, they didn't know. Hold the phone, I will call. I say, hey. You call the person, say, where are you? You say, I'm in the shop. Meanwhile, she's outside. He said, no, you are not outside. Who is that woman wearing green dress that is standing and you are not talking to her? Say, hey, whoa. Technology. The regulators, PSN and NAFDAC, you can insist that all patent medicine dealers should install CCTV cameras which the regulators will have remote access to. Each time the CCTV is not online, the premises should be what? Should be closed. CCTV alone can begin this fourth industrial revolution. I'm telling you. Tell them, I'm not selling injection, we know, but install this. And when people come and he goes backyard and brings it out, you say, on so and so date, so and so time, you were dispensing injections. He said, yes, I tell you, it will be fought. I must warn you. They will fight it, but if we insist, he said, that's all we want to do. People will sit up, and you will be sure that in terms of productivity, in terms of quality of products, in terms of overall output for the practitioners, it will be higher with these simple technologies. Finally, the place of higher education. Higher educational institutions are enjoined to fast-track curricular changes that can capture the essence of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The new emphasis must be on AI and machine learning, data science, and how to stay connected in the Internet of Things. Many years ago, I co-authored a chapter in which I x-rayed the pharmaceutical curricula in African countries. And I concluded that hybrid or composite programs were urgently needed. And I would like to redo that here again. You know, the COVID-19 has shown us that you cannot just focus on one thing alone. Now we are doing a lot of hybrid lectures, meetings are done online. But importantly, hybrid programs for our industries are important. You don't just want to have, you know, academia that are working just teaching, without looking at the need of the industries. I don't also want to have industries that are working and depending on our source products without challenging the academia. We must work together. We must have a curriculum where people from the industry can always come, share their experience. People from academia can go to industry and share their experiences. And that's how it's done in most developed countries. When I did my postdoctoral fellowship in Germany, it's a common practice. Industry, they come to the academia. Academia, they go to industry. That way, you are abreast of what the industry needs, and then you challenge the academia to do the needful, to do what they know best, and to produce those things that are needed. Thank you very much. But if you don't challenge us, we cannot innovate. Innovation comes with challenges, and we're looking forward to that challenge. If people set endowment funds now and say, we want you to develop even the vaccine they are talking about, the COVID vaccine, I challenge you, let there be endowment fund and send to our schools of pharmacy and give us time, short while, 2 years or so to develop. You will see what will come up. In 2010, when I represented Nigeria in the summer Davos in China, I went to a university. And that university, you had all manner of experts, Nobel laureates, they were there. In small China, these people were already investing in knowledge economy. They bring them there, and the vice chancellor then told me that they gave them a mandate. So-and-so company gave them a mandate that in 5 years' time, they want these categories of drugs to be in the market, and if they don't do that, they are going to pay back the seed money that was invested. And so they work. They have the mandate to, if you need expertise from America, you bring. They come and work in China, not sending your people outside. If you need them from Japan, they come and work towards that common goal. That's the kind of hybrid we're talking about. And our society can be, you see, if we wait for the larger government to do it, we may not succeed. But if we start small and begin to encourage that amongst ourselves, people will come and learn. And I've always said it, that pharmacists have always been pace setters, whether in governance, anywhere. Go and check it out. Anywhere a pharmacist is in charge in governance, they lead the pace. So let us, as men of honor, set the pace again and let others come and learn. And I tell you, they will be learned and our profession will be best for it. So I want to say that we're calling on the pharmaceutical companies to recognize that the number of generic companies in Nigeria do not tally with the number of endowments in faculties of pharmacy. In my capacity as a professor of pharmaceutical microbiology and biopharmaceutics, I hereby call for research share endowments. These are bulk awards of money made available to a university or to a department for investment in perpetuity, in the hope that in return it can be used in funding research in a given area. And we have several eligible areas. Virology, 3D printing. 3D printing is what people use even in this era to manufacture some key equipment, malaria, API research, anti-snake venom research, vaccinology, reverse engineering of pharmaceuticals, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, robotics, big data, biosensors, virtual reality, as you may wish. All these things, the softwares that people are moving about, they are buying from us, we can develop it. I'm doing that in my university now. Many of the softwares that we are using, I tell them, I challenge them, we're developing it from inside. And I tell you, you'll be amazed at what these young people can. Just give them challenge. They are developing that from diverse softwares in small group of computer science students, electronic engineering students who are challenged. They are working with some of our colleagues in pharmacy and other departments, developing softwares that have applications for our immediate use. If you have an endowment to challenge them, I tell you, in 3 or 4 or 5 years, you'll be amazed at the level of products, of services that will come from within these very areas. The government must provide leadership in steering Nigeria to the paths of greatness, failing which the gap between us and advanced economies will get even wider in the 4th industrial revolution. The World Economic Forum estimates that by 2020, 80% of people will have a digital presence on the internet. And for Nigeria to be part of this, we must increase the budgetary allocation to education at all levels. I want to thank you for your attention, and may God bless you all.
We can do more. Completely made in Nigeria, thoroughbred of the University of Nigeria, from first degree, master's, and PhD. Thank you so much, Prof. We're indeed very proud of you. Standing on the already established protocols, may I invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osaje Ehanere, ably represented by Professor Jesse Abiodun Otegbayo, the Chief Medical Director, University College Hospital, Ibadan, to give his remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, our time is far spent, and I know a few heads were dropping. But as a proud indigene of the state of Osun, I must not go on without doing some recognitions. First, I want to thank the leadership of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, ably led by pharmacist Mazi Sam Ohamwa, MON, ETC, for bringing this conference to the state of Osun. Please, a round of applause for them. From what I heard, this is the first time in the history of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria that this conference will be holding on this ground. And I'm so delighted to hear about that. So thank you very much, and all your able members. I would also like to recognize my governor, Mr. Boyega Oyetola, who is the executive governor of Osun State, the chief host of this conference, ably represented by Prince Oyebamiji and all the commissioners and honorables that came with him. I must recognize the Commissioner for Health and all others. Also, I must give honor to whom it is due, the royal father of the day, Onirisha, Ogbagba II, Enitan, Ogunwusi. We appreciate you for the representative you have sent. That is Suoko Omoni and Professor Esimai. I want to thank you so very much. All other royal fathers, I must also recognize the royal father from Ikire, the Akire of Kire. Your daughter, Foluke, is a very good friend of my wife, Bolanle. We've known each other since the 80s from the University of Ife. So you're welcome, sir. All fellows of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, past presidents of the same society who have held forth, all the various registrars of various associations, and also in particular Dr. Ogbona, who is my friend, the president or the chairman of NUAP. He spoke with me while in Abuja recently, and he had a lot to say about what is going on. Your message was clearly delivered, and it will get to the Honorable Minister. Well, my job here is very small. Of course, before I go on, because I noticed that we have not been recognizing the members of the fourth estate of the realm, that is the press. You may do a very good publicity or job, but if you don't recognize them, they can mess up everything for you in the press. So I want to recognize you so much so that we can get the best out of this conference. Now, the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ehanire, MDF WACS, has requested me to read his remarks, and 101% of the credit of what I will read out will go to him. But shortly, before I go into that, I also want to specially recognize the representative of the President of Nigerian Medical Association, as represented by my friend, Professor Razak Ayodele Adebayo. Thank you. So I'll read as I'm directed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to participate and in the same breath welcome you all to this important event. Our distinguished pharmacists have built a reputation of professionalism over the past 9 decades, impacting the physical well-being and the lives of our dear Nigerians. New technologies such as big data and artificial intelligence are revolutionizing the pharmaceutical industry and creating a paradigm shift in pharmaceutical management of clients, ranging from improving patient interaction with the health system to how they are treated. Because these changes are so radical and so all-encompassing, it has been a major challenge for pharmaceutical companies within our context to keep pace. In India, New Zealand, United States of America, and many other countries, pharmacists have keyed into the digital revolution to create value and provide better services to the public. In most of these countries, technology has been deployed in buying drugs and medicines online, mostly non-ethical medicines, making it a current trend amongst pharmacists, patients, and consumers alike. Digital revolution in the pharmaceutical industry is occurring rather at an exponential rate, with an expansive operational base and restricted regulatory environment. Large pharmaceutical industries are struggling to keep up, giving opportunities to nimbler pharmaceutical startups to encroach on the established industry landscape, disrupting the competition by leveraging on new technologies that simplify either to cumbersome processes. It is also important to note that some new technologies have been used for malfeasance purposes, just like in other sectors. For pharmacists, deployment of technology can enable the storage of structured patient records, facilitate electronic prescription, dispensing, and administration of medicines, automate the handling of medicines in the supply chain, and provide tools for monitoring the efficacy and safety of medicines in use. It can therefore improve patient safety, enable professionals to provide high-quality care, and help patients make the most of their medicines. From automation that can fill prescriptions to apps that can provide drug information, many pharmacists are beginning to embrace technology because of its benefits. Other areas that today's pharmacists can find technology handy include medication therapy management, MTM, inventory control and management, etc., like our keynote speaker has mentioned. Pharmacists can play a vital role in their organizations by leveraging technology to provide patient care services and medication therapy management. The pharmaceutical industry needs to find ways to keep up with these changes and ensure products can still be developed safely. It's going to require some new approaches, and the landscape of the sector is likely to change as technological competence becomes an increasingly important competitive factor. Pharmacovigilance, the practice of studying, managing, and helping prevent adverse effects from drugs, is being heavily impacted by technological developments. Data can be collected in more sophisticated ways than ever before, such as using mobile sensors to collect patients' biometric data. Artificial intelligence can help life science organizations filter through vast reams of this data to find how patients are really being impacted by the pharmaceutical products they are using. For the first time in a generation, the way drugs are developed is being seriously transformed. Many new technologies are being adopted into the drug development industry, including big data analysis and natural language processing to mine information from bodies of research. Perhaps the biggest leap forward that could happen in drug development will be the human test subjects to be replaced by simulations. This would massively promote the safety of drug trials by helping eliminate problems before drugs are first used on humans. It is also likely that this could massively reduce the cost of medical research. But some technologies are still a long way off. Nanotechnology still seems like a vision of science fiction, rather than a reality. Eventually, we could see microscopic robots being introduced into the body in order to deliver drugs, make repairs, or monitor health, but it's still a long way off. When this happens, it is likely to be another huge change for the industry. Improvements in data security could help give patients secure access to their own medical records, potentially making them more proactive in their care. Technology will enable increased monitoring of patients to see how treatment is affecting them and to give pharmacists feedback on how drugs are working. Although there's every reason to be optimistic about the potentials of technology to help patients take control of their health and work better with the healthcare industry to manage it. Technology also delivers increased risk. The fast adoption and quick advances of new technologies are likely to be highly disruptive to the industry, reorganizing structures and changing competitive landscapes. In only a few years' time, the industry may be barely recognizable by anyone working in it today. To further understand how drugs may be impacting clients, some life scientists are even using social listening style technologies to search the web for conversations about products. Technologies are helping drug manufacturers to go further and faster in monitoring patient safety. They are also helping to reduce costs and promote efficiencies by reducing manual input. Natural language processing and tailored algorithms can help sort through masses of data to find the relevant information, saving time for human workers. Systems can also be designed to understand the urgency of a situation and escalate where needed if a concern arises. Intelligent automated monitoring can go on around the clock, helping teams be more responsive. These changes are bringing the industry to a whole new level of insight. Some of the technologies the pharmaceutical industry is applying are looking increasingly like something out of science fiction. Virtual reality is emerging as a technology that could be highly valuable to the pharmaceutical industry. In particular, it can be used to educate by visualizing physiological processes and modeling compounds. This could help teach students, educate patients, and convince investors. Technologies such as digital pills will help monitor patients' health outside a clinical setting. The theme of today's conference, technological revolution, adaptation in pharmaceutical manufacturing, pharmacy practice, and regulation is quite up as an advancement in technology is required by the pharmaceutical industries to drive medicine self-sufficiency. There is glaring need for Nigeria to emulate countries that have attained self-sufficiency in essential medicines production and manufacture and national medicine security. There is therefore no doubt that huge capital outlay and high-end technology is required. In this regard, companies can pool resources together to achieve medicine security. The current trend of Nigeria having to import 70 to 80% of our critical essential medicines from external pharmaceutical firms and industries, especially those in India and China, has created room for the proliferation of substandard, falsified, and counterfeit drugs with questionable quality. These exigencies are causative factors to the preponderance of increased treatment failures and prolonged hospitalization seen across the country. The National Drug Policy of 2005 was developed to curb this menace with a major goal to make available at all times adequate supply of medicines that are effective, affordable, and safe, to ensure rational use of medicines and to stimulate increased local production of medicines. The government is aware of the infrastructural deficits, especially power, high forex cost, poor road network, insecurity, etc., that may have hampered the speedy takeoff of these dreams. Efforts are being made to address some of these challenges. In order to achieve its goals, government pioneered a strategic pharmaceutical sector development plan and has been collaborating with the Manufacturers Group, MAN, in this regard. Efforts have also been made to ensure medicine and food security by this administration in order to protect the nation from threats, such as the imminent shortage of essential medicines arising from global crisis. The society needs to more than ever support the government to come up with and implement realistic ways of strengthening the over 120 local industries. This should obviously include the implementation of existing policies on patronage and financing, which will create an enabling environment for the thriving and sustenance of indigenous medicine manufacturers. Let me commend and appreciate the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and its entire members for their patriotism and commitment in providing Nigerians access to safe, efficacious medicine that are of high quality despite the difficult terrain they operate in. On a final note, ladies and gentlemen, let's join hands to achieve these technological advancements. We cannot talk about quality health care in the absence of access to quality and effective medicines. There is need to add value to what we have at the moment. God bless the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. God bless the federal government of Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of Health. Raji, are we ready? Can we kick off?
people who think that they are not important until they are seen to have broken the law and nothing happened to them. They are still a problem culturally, and God willing will deal with them gradually.
President Muhammadu Buhari emphasized that he was particularly taken aback by what is happening in the northwest and other parts of the country. He said during the campaigns, everyone knew about Boko Haram, but what is happening now is indeed surprising. The president described it as neither ethnicity nor religion, but an evil plan against the country.
People, the same background, who are all called House of Fulani, stealing each other's animals, killing each other, displacing each other. The thing is so terrible, and I think we have to be much harder, because one of the responsibilities of government is security. If you can't secure your environment or your country or whatever, you can't manage it properly. So security is number one.
President Buhari urged the community leaders from Niger State to express government's appreciation to their followers for embracing farming as part of economic diversification drive.
What going back to the land has done to us, even us ourselves haven't really understood it. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been saved because we don't import rice, and we have virtually achieved food security.
He said the poverty level in the country will be significantly controlled by enhanced agricultural production instead of the heavy reliance on oil, urging more Nigerians to take up farming. President Buhari said the discovery of oil and gas reserves in Benue Throw, Chad and Bida basins, as well as some parts of Bauchi and Gombe states, will further bolster current efforts at strengthening the Nigerian economy for sustainable peace and prosperity. The eminent and respected persons from the power state were in the State House to show appreciation to the President for his many interventions on infrastructure, security, and appointments of their indigents into key government positions. Speaking for the group, the former governor of Niger State, Muazu Babangida Aliyu, said activities of bandits had rendered many homeless, while others could no longer go to the farms.
Nigerite thank Mr. President for the proactive measures taken by the directives given to our security agencies for air raids against armed bandits terrorizing our communities. We do hope that we will complement your effort.
The former governor called on the president to intervene in the completion of some federal roads like the Mokwa, Kontagora, Birningwari, Kaduna Road, as well as more attention on Mina Airport, which should complement access to the FCT.
Mina Airport was supposed to be alternate to Abuja. If anything happens to Azikwe Airport, Mina will have been the place. With our road, it's normally 1.5 hours drive from here to Mina.
I want to thank you immensely, Mr. President, and pray Almighty Allah to continue to protect you, guide you, and give you the strength and wisdom to pilot the affairs of this great country, Nigeria.
The Esunupe, Alhaji Yaya Abubakar, assured the president of continued support of the Nigerites as he sustained efforts at taking Nigeria to greater heights. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria was established in 1927. It's 93 years old this year, and we are a professional society set up to help self-regulate the practice of pharmacy, to help improve standard of practice among pharmacists, to help all pharmacies adopt a common code of practice as men of honor, which is our motto. As men of honor, we join hands. It is set up to also canvass for appropriate opportunities for elevating the level of education and the level of practice, and also the level of regulation. It's essentially determined to work with government to improve pharmaceutical care to the people of the country and all those who use healthcare services. The PSN, of course, has a professional pharmacist who are trained in the art of making medicines, starting from research and development through production or manufacturing to distribution to retailing, to counseling, and to now clinical pharmacy, is all whole range of ensuring that there's a wholesome supply of medicines from the point of manufacture to the consumer or to the patient in a manner that will lead to desired outcomes. You may know that pharmaceutical products or drugs are potential poisons, and if they are not properly administered or ingested, they may cause you harm. So it is the business of the pharmacist to stand as the buffer between the doctor and the patient, between the medicine and the consumer, to make sure that if there's a prescription error, the pharmacist points it out. If there are what we call contraindications, the pharmacist points them out. And very often doctors in clinical setting rely on pharmacists to let them know what is the current state of medicines for the diseases they want to treat. To look at what we call pharmacodynamics. You know, in medicine, it's not just taking it. There are other considerations. What is the state of the mucosa, the route through which the administration of the drug will be taken? So, at what timing, what state, what is the acidity or the alkalinity of the medium? This is the pharmacist that knows. What is the suboptimal dose, what is the optimal dose, and what is the maximum dose before we go into adverse reactions or poisonous reactions. The pharmacist knows. And because pharmacy is an exact profession, you do not approximate in pharmacy. It is 1.001 or 1.252 mg. It's exact, because additional 0.001 mg can change it from a beneficial product to a deleterious product. So that is what the work we do. We also, as a society, interact with government and its agencies, from the Ministry of Health to regulatory agencies like the NAFDAC, National Agency for Food and Drugs Control and Administration, to the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. We collaborate and work with these agencies to ensure that pharmacy is practiced in the way it is supposed to be practiced, and that the drugs that we deliver to consumers or we dispense to consumers are not only safe and not only efficacious, but also that they are given in the right, through the delivered to the right channel.
Indulgence to just sit so that here is not rowdy as the governor steps in. We're not going to keep you for too long. Please, that's why we're playing this interlude while we wait for the governor to come. Thank you very much for your understanding. Raji, continue.
And that's why when people who do not understand pretend that they are selling medicines and expose medicines to the weather, in the sun, inside the bus, in baskets, on the streets, I weep, because before you know, you're either taking something that will not work, or you're taking something that has denatured and has become poisonous, because chemicals go through reaction. We know it. Everybody who has done chemistry in secondary school, even in the junior secondary school, will know that in chemical reactions, you start with something, you end with another thing. So even medicines, they are held together in the formulation as designed by the pharmaceutical scientists. And so there is a delivery system, there is a temperature, humidity, and atmospheric pressure. You must keep these medicines. If you change those pressures or the humidity outside what is intended, what you end up is either a drug that will no longer work or a new drug that actually shouldn't be consumed. And that's why we are crying our heads off. Go and obtain your medicines only through legal registered pharmaceutical premises. Not all shops are pharmacies. Not all places that sell medicines are pharmacies. Pharmacies carry label, and when you go there, don't even buy anything and you ask for the pharmacist. Who is the pharmacist here? If there's no pharmacist in a pharmacy, it is not a pharmacy. A pharmacy is not because there's a building. A pharmacy is because there's a pharmacist resident and operating in that environment. So we support legislation. We work with government to produce drugs to meet the needs of our people. We have been pushing on a number of fronts. One major front is to increase the level of domestic drug production. As you well know, way back, government in the late 90s, early 2000s, has set a policy they call National Health Policy or National Drug Policy, saying that by the year 2005, this country should be able to produce 70% of its essential drugs locally, from local production. But this has not happened. And so, since we came to office, which also coincides with since the president has been in power or even before, we have determined that we need to increase this so that we can achieve that objective of government, because it's dangerous for any country to depend on third parties or external foreign countries to supply its basic drug needs. Because after food, the next thing is medicines, and people can kill a nation by denying them medicines. Of course, as if we were looking for support for this position, COVID-19 came. And when COVID-19 came, China blocked its route. China blocked India. They said India said they will not even export anything. Whatever they have is left for local consumption. China shut down. So many countries, including Nigeria, faced problem of crisis, both in raw material supply and finished goods. So that supported our proposition and our push that the pharmaceutical sector is a critical sector whose products represent issues of national security. And today we have seen a very positive response from government working through CBN. CBN, for example, has opened a product line called the Pharmaceutical Healthcare Support Sector Fund, through which about 100 billion has been put in play for pharmaceutical companies to assess at single digit and long tenure to be able to expand their capacity and their capabilities to produce products locally. CBN has gone further to even provide some support for research and development, so that Nigerian researchers, pharmacists, pharmaceutical scientists, medical scientists, laboratory scientists, and all those who are in the field can do research and obtain funding to help them produce products locally. That's a major achievement I think we have accomplished. Of course, there are other areas where there are accomplishments. The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, as a growing profession, you know, we like every other profession, we have been trying to get better and improve on our general knowledge and then specialization. Today we have the PharmD program, which have been approved by NUC. The PharmD program is a 6-year program that allows pharmacists to train beyond the level they were training when they had B.Pharm. Now to include clinical pharmacy, the clinical aspect of pharmacy, the bedside aspect of pharmacy, to provide greater support to clinicians so that the patient can get best outcome from his medication. That program has been approved during this period. Secondly, there's a status in the profession called the consultancy status. The consultancy status is for experts within the profession. This has also been in the lining, but during this tenure, we have gotten an approval for that consultancy status. This is just few of the things that we have seen. Of course, there are a couple of other things we are still looking for. There's a new pharmacy law which yet is to be approved. Unfortunately, it was approved by the 8th Assembly and brought to Mr. President. Somehow it wasn't signed. So it elapsed and then it's gone back to the 9th Assembly. We know that Mr. President will sign it because it is a policy that will help to protect the pharmaceutical environment. You are aware, ladies and gentlemen, there's a high level of what we call substandard and falsified medicines in the country. There is not adequate regulation. When you go around, you see drugs being sold anywhere in the marketplace, on the streets. People have no idea. Who do not know the difference between paracetamol and aspirin, except that each can help you deal with your headache. They are the ones selling drugs and mixing things for people. And when you try to regulate them with existing law, they say they are not pharmacists, that the law we have is pharmacist law. So there's a new pharmacy law that expands the scope of regulation by the Pharmacist Council and also supports them by higher acquisition and provision of resources so that regulation can get better. The safety of Nigerian healthcare consumers can be better preserved. This is part of the things that we're still expecting Mr. President to sign so that his desires for a safe healthcare sector can be accomplished. Challenges there are quite a number of them. One I've just made a reference to. There are too many mechanics or too many madmen and too many mechanics. So we are now having difficulty knowing who is actually the madman. So we want the madmen separated from the mechanics. There are too many intruders. The pharmaceutical space is completely confused in some respect. Pharmacies are supposed to be open 24 hours. During this COVID period, some people have been killed, and gone and murdered in their shops by hoodlums and armed robbers and all kinds of criminals. So I think government should realize that pharmacies in our communities represent important security points. They represent important national heritage. Just as government would defend its important institutions, so should it support pharmacies that are operating so that there is safety. Thirdly, is that some of our academic pharmacies are not being treated well. There are other people, like you have medical doctors who are academics, veterinary doctors who are academics. They are being paid certain allowances. They are being paid certain teaching allowances and some professional allowances. But pharmacists are not being paid. And they are in the same business of teaching and supporting educational development of the young pharmacists. They feel maligned. They feel discriminated against. We think that that is something that government should help us to do, to make sure that what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. Finally, intra-professional harmony. There is so much division in the health team. And I'm preaching and begging that this should stop. The health team should see itself as a body. And the body has many parts. And each part plays an important role. No part can do without the other part. If the leg is aching, the head feels ache. If the hand is aching, the stomach feels pain. So let the health team work together. And I want to thank God that we are making some efforts. PSN and MA has established some good relationship. We're doing well with nurses, our traditional lives in lab scientists, physiotherapists. We are bringing it all together. Each person has his own work to do. Let us have mutual respect for each other and ensure that each person keeps on his own space. As my daughter-in-law will say, everybody maintain his own lane. If we maintain our own lane, everybody maintains his lane, but there's a point of cooperation. At that point, we cooperate. These are some of the challenges and some of the things we think government can help sort out. It is in the hand of the Minister of Health to help foster this inter-professional relationship. We are involved in a lot of projects. Given my background, having been chairman of the Economic Summit Group and the Nigerian Employers Consultation, NECA, and so forth and so on, I have brought some of the ideas I got from those institutions, Manufacturer Associations of Nigeria, and all that to bear on Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. So we're doing quite a lot of projects. Some of these projects are first aimed at improving awareness in the society, ensuring that the society, Nigerians understand what is the thing that leads to drug misuse, what is the thing that leads to drug abuse, and what is it that is proper, rightful drug use. We have been doing some campaigns against drug abuse, especially narcotics, where young people
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we at this point await the arrival of His Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun. Please, we appeal to you all to bear with us. He's almost at the gate. He has made it a point of duty to appear here in person to deliver his own welcome address and to declare open this conference. So we want to crave your indulgence to please bear with us. We know the time is far spent. We are hungry. I can see people swallowing rice somewhere. Okay, very good interlude. So we can be having our lunch while we await the arrival of the chief host of this 93rd Annual National Conference.
The epicenter of this crisis. And so we're among the first, either March or April, to support.
Those at the top, you've been served, I can see.
The effort that Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Health, has done. We also supported the
so in the meantime, you can go ahead and have your lunch while we await the arrival of His Excellency. He will need to declare open this conference
again, so that the Ministry of
for us to proceed.
Support other states. That we have done centrally. But our state chapters in each of the 36 states also done the same. So they've donated drugs. They have also volunteered. We are volunteered in some places. Some people were officially appointed as members of the task forces. In some states, pharmacists volunteered. They were trained so that they can support other pharmacists who are in the front line. And some pharmacists have died. Some have been infected. But that is part of the oath we took to help the patient, in good or bad, to get better. In terms of other projects, today we are building our pharmacy plaza in Victoria Island. We are doing an eight-story building that will house pharmacy and house what we call a drug information center and a drug emergency center, where anywhere you're in the country, if you have an issue related to a drug, you can call that. If there's any information you need on any kind of drug, that center, it will be one floor. Pharmacy will occupy one floor, and then the other floors will be let out so that we can generate some funding to support the profession in its activities. We're also doing a project in Abuja. Abuja is our liaison office. Lagos is our headquarters. So we have set up a liaison office in Abuja. We just commissioned it last month, and the building, the building is also ongoing. So these are some of the projects that we are doing physical, in addition to other soft issue projects to help to create a better pharmaceutical operating environment. We work with several agencies of government, but the ones that impact upon us mostly, that will have a substantial relationship. Number one is the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria. Pharmacists Council of Nigeria is the organization set up by statute to regulate the profession of pharmacy, education and practice. They're the one that approved our educational curriculum. This PharmD program, I said, was a program set up by PSN and then sold to the nation through the NUC, and the universities have adopted. We also have, they do the inspection of our premises, they license us, they license our premises, and so they are our number one agency. The next agency that we interact with is NAFDAC. NAFDAC regulates drug production and then the drug production processes and factories or where drugs are made.
Please, can the serving of this lunch be halted for now? Please, let's suspend any service of lunch at this time. And can we all take our seats as we expect the chief host of this 93rd Annual National Conference, His Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, to make his grand entry. He has promised to be here in person to deliver his welcome address and to declare open this conference. And in living colors, you can see He's on his way in. Please, can we all rise to receive into the 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the chief host of this conference, His Excellency, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola, the Executive Governor of the State of Osun. Let's put our hands together to receive him. Where is he? We welcome His Excellency. This one? Kí ni túmọ̀ ilé? Fún ilé ìbí wa, kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ní pé má ti bẹ̀rù lábọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We can be all seated. Before I bring forward the host, the pharmacist, Maazi Sam Omhabua, to receive and welcome the chief host, it is my singular honor to recognize those who have come in with His Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, at this conference this afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Benedict Olugboyega Labi, the Deputy Governor of the State of Osun. You're most welcome, sir. Please, let's make him welcome. Also, the one who has been with us all day, representing His Excellency, the Secretary to the State Governor of the State of Osun, Prince Wole Oyebamiji. You're welcome once again, sir. Also on the entourage of Mr. Governor is Dr. Charles D.G. Akinola, the Chief of Staff to the Governor. You're most welcome. Also, we have with us Prince Abdullahi Adeyonju Binuyo, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Governor of the State of Osun. You are most welcome. It is my honor to bring forward yet again to welcome the Chief Host to the 93rd Annual National Conference. Please put your hands together as we receive the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, pharmacist Mazi Sam Ohabua, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, Boyega Oyetola, the Deputy Governor who has joined you to be here, the Secretary to the State Government who was holding forth here, the Chief of Staff, and a whole retinue of senior government officials. This is exceptional. It is extraordinary. Can all pharmacists please get up and let us applaud this man who loves us so much. All pharmacists get up. Get up. Let's put our hands together. Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, sometimes they say you should not conclude until you come to the conclusion. That you must not comment until you have come to the end of the matter. We're already getting worried that yesterday we were to see the governor on courtesy call, but it was moved to Friday because he had to travel. Today we were expecting him, then he didn't come. We were expecting the deputy governor, he didn't come. When the SSG came, we said, thank God, at least that we are not completely abandoned. Who will believe that for the price of one, we're getting three? Can we clap again? Your Excellency, we have brought to your state the men and women who join hands to protect the health care of Nigerians, who have the divine responsibility to produce, in fact, first to research, develop, produce, distribute, retail, recommend, counsel, advise, and ensure wholesomeness of pharmaceutical products in this country. As somebody said earlier on, these are men and women that the government has so much trust on that they have been officially licensed to dispense poisons. There's not a group that are given power to dispense poisons except pharmacists. That shows the great amount of responsibility, trust on us. And we do not take that responsibility lightly. That's why against every odds, every year, we gather pharmacists, those in Nigeria, those in diaspora, to come together so that we can update ourselves on what is going on in the pharmaceutical space, what is going on in the medical space, what is going on in the healthcare space, and also to understand what is going on in the economy. Because all of them impinge on our ability to do the research, they impinge on our ability to manufacture wholesome, affordable, quality medicines. So I brought these men to your states and women to come and see Osun State, to come and enjoy the hospitality of the great people of Osun, especially this ancient city, Osun. There were all kinds of struggles, all kinds of forces that wanted to stop us from coming to Osogbo, but we resisted. And by the grace of God, we are here. Let's clap for Jesus. Let's clap for God. Let's clap for God. It was not easy, but we're here. And I want to say that I spent 8 hours traveling from Lagos to Osogbo. When I arrived, by around 10 o'clock, I was being stopped at every point. I couldn't enter. There was a curfew. I said I didn't know. But each time I said I was a pharmacist and I showed my card, the soldiers were so courteous. They said, just pass on, bring your car. It was later I knew that the governor had given instruction that pharmacists should be given freedom of movement inside the town. Now, if anybody doubted that this governor loves pharmacists, if anybody had any doubts, he has no reason to come here again, because the SSG had represented him and gave us a proper reason why he's not here. He was presenting the budget, which was his primary assignment. But he did that quickly and he rushed here. It's not often to see the governor, the deputy governor, the secretary of government in one room at the same time. Sir, we deeply appreciate you. And we want to show you that we pharmacists are prepared to work with you, to support your government, and to support the state, so that beyond the immediate benefits of our being here, part of which is to boost the economy of Osun State, by this time, these thousands of pharmacists pay hotel bills, buy food, buy drinks, even move around the town. They will have impacted on the economy of your state. But in the process, we are doing deals. People are meeting each other. Business is being finalized. So it's a great thing that you're here, because you show understanding of the impact of private sector in developing a country, in developing a state. So once again, I welcome you and would like to invite you straight away, if you will, to come and speak to us and declare the conference open.
Hello?
I recognize my deputy, Mr. Benedict Olugboge-Alabi. I use that to recognize all the cabinet members that are here. I welcome the special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Health, ably represented by the CMD of UCH, Professor Jesse Abiodun Otegbayo. The royal father of the day, Kábíyèsí the Ọọ̀ni of Ifẹ̀, Ọba Adéyẹyè Ẹnìtàn Ògúnwùsì, Ọ̀jájá II, ably represented by Soko Omoniyi of Ife. Other royal fathers that are here, the host of this annual conference, and the President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Sam Wimbawu Owabuwa. Pardon me. I will need to learn the language. Other members of the PSN, National Escort, that are here, past presidents of PSN, all service commanders, the keynote address speaker, the VC, namely Azikiwe University, I recognize you, the chairman, Conference Planning Committee, and other members of the committee, the president, director general, registrars of various bodies here present, all fellows of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Chairman, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Osun, Chapter, Pharmacist Kayode Adetono, all panelists and lead speakers at this conference, members of the LOC of OMOLUABI 2020 conference, distinguished members of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria present, other distinguished personalities, security operatives, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this historical and noble event of the 3rd edition and first hybrid annual national conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, tagged OMOLUABI 2020, which is being held here in Osogbo, the capital city of the state of Osun. I express profound gratitude to the leadership of this distinguished society for considering the state of Osun for the hosting of this conference and for adopting the OMOLUABI ethos as the mantra for the conference. The privilege of identifying with the pharmacy profession as its chief host also gladdens my heart. The role of pharmacists in the contemporary times as the expert in drug therapy management with the intent of achieving safe and rational use of drugs in the society with the resultant reduction in health costs cannot be overemphasized. The divergent roles of the pharmacists in the 21st century are getting beyond interpretation of prescriptions and dispensing medicine. It now involves patient care. The contemporary pharmacy practice reflects an evolving paradigm shift to a cleaner role of medication therapy management, health promotion, and public health services. In view of the advancement in technology and its role and relevance in the 21st century, pharmacy practice and delivery of patient-centered pharmaceutical services will no doubt have to change to meet up the current demands of the society. It is in this regard that the theme of this 93rd edition of this national conference, Technological Revolution Adaptation in Pharmaceutical Manufacturing, Pharmacy Practice and Regulation, is very apt and relevant in this dispensation where there are wide gaps in pharmaceutical interventions required in the country. Science and technology are key drivers of development because technology revolutions underpin economic advances and improvements in all facets of the life. The pharmacy profession is not an exception. All the aspects of the profession, from drug compounding, manufacturing, dispensing to counseling, control, regulation, to even marketing, require technology re-engineering. Going by your professional slogan, as men of honor, we join hands. And as reflected in the character of pharmacists who are members of my cabinet, I have a few of them in my cabinet anyway. I'm of the opinion that at the end of this conference, various technological advancements for scaling up pharmacy practice will have been mapped out for implementation. The state of Osun places high premium on the health of the people. Indeed, in line with the maxim, health is wealth, we regard health as the springboard of our developmental agenda, which is our bond with our people. This is because the people are our most precious resource. Our strategy is to provide adequate, equitable, and affordable health delivery as a medium for delivering the economic transformation of the state. A few months after assuming office, we flagged off the revitalization of 9 general hospitals in the state and 332 primary health care centers, one per ward across the state. More than 280 of these facilities have been commissioned and are in use, while the remaining at various stages of completion. The Osun Health Insurance Scheme, which was established 2 years ago, covers almost ailments from minor treatments to surgical operations. Currently, a total of 71 accredited hospitals with 17 government hospitals are available for enrollees to access both primary and secondary health care system in the state. The increasing number of enrollments is an attestation to the fact that people believe in the scheme. Indeed, over 75,000 beneficiaries are presently enjoying the health care services under the scheme by paying a token as premium. The scheme offers free premium for the aged and the vulnerable in the state. Within the first 2 years of its establishment, the scheme has grown to become the third most operational and viable state-owned health insurance scheme in the country, according to available statistics. Let me use this medium to appreciate the members of your society in the state for their immense contribution to development and revitalization of the health architecture. I'm persuaded that the hosting rights for the 93rd session of the annual National PSN Conference granted Osun will in future bring beautiful reminiscences and opportunities to the state. Osun is known as a fertile environment for birthing creative ideas for national development. It is this environment that we are offering you as you convert here to find ways of re-engineering your profession for optimum relevance. Let me also reassure you of the hospitality of our people and your utmost safety and security throughout your stay in our state. May I also implore you to take time off your routine schedule at this conference to visit some of our tourist and cultural sites spread all over the state, since all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. While wishing you a stimulating and rewarding session, I would like to urge you to develop a workable strategy for the implementation of the outcomes of this engagement, as the strength of any intellectual endeavor is in its implementation. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and privilege to declare this 93rd edition and first hybrid annual national conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, tagged OMOLUABI 2020, open to the glory of God and the benefit of your profession and mankind. Thank you and God bless.
I think to help save time, the dignitaries should step up to take photograph with the chief host, the SONDG, representative of the PSN registrar. You can step up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Governor. We know your time is tight and we will not abuse it. So what we want to do now is to give awards and make the presentations, and then we'll do a short visit to the exhibition site so you can open the exhibition and then we will break. So the first award is going to the keynote speaker. Mr. Governor, sir, you missed the keynote, but I'm sure the very erudite and dutiful SSG will brief you. A professor and a vice chancellor told us how to adapt technology in pharmaceutical manufacturing, in pharmaceutical practice and regulation. He defined it in a manner that when we leave here, we shall start implementing because there are low-hanging fruits we can adopt. And for that purposes, we invite Professor Charles Simone to come and collect his award for a beautiful presentation. Hold this for me, Wara. Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, 93rd Annual National Conference, OMOLUABI 2020, presented to Professor Charles Simone, PSN, Vice Chancellor, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, in recognition of your role as the keynote address speaker at the opening ceremony of the conference. Congratulations. Thank you. The next is the Oba Kabiesi, because it's not easy for one to come to this state or go anywhere in the world and you have traditional rulers, first class, attending your event. Today, we are very privileged to have Oba Adeyeye, Enitom Babatunde Ogunwusi, Ojaja 2, Olofin Adinola, Oni of Ife, Oni of Ife, Oni of Ife. Can we invite you, sir, the representative, to collect an award for the Oni? Please put your hands together as the Royal Highness comes forward to collect it in a royal manner. Here. Okay. The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, 93rd Annual National Conference, OMOLUABI 2020, presented to Oba Adeyeye, Enitom Babatunde Ogunwusi, Ojaja 2, Olofin Adimola, the Ooni of Ife, in recognition of your role as the Royal Father of the Day during the opening ceremony of the conference, dated this 10th day of November 2020. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. The next goes to the special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Health of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who delivered a very, very, very interesting keynote. I didn't expect his address to be that detailed, but I was impressed that the minister gave a very good speech where he also, from his own perspective, encapsulated the theme of this conference. Can we invite the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Sagi Hanire, ably represented by the CMD of UCH, to come and collect this award. This award, made at the 93rd Annual National Conference of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, OMOLUABI 2020, is presented to Dr. Sajie Emmanuel Ehanire, Minister of Health, in recognition of your role as the special guest of the honor at the conference, and also for the beautiful keynote you gave. Congratulations. Thank you. Then we also have an award for our deputy governor, because if we saw the governor, we were expecting to see him. We're actually not expecting the deputy governor. But here you are, and you therefore deserve an award. And therefore, can I invite His Excellency, Dr. Benedict Oluboyega Alabi, Deputy Governor, the State of Osun. Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, 93rd Annual National Conference OMOLUABI 2020, presented to His Excellency Dr. Benedict Oluboyega Alabi, Deputy Governor of Osun State, in recognition of your role as guest of honor during the opening ceremony and for accompanying our amiable governor to this place. Thank you for coming and congratulations. And the last, certainly not the least, as they say in my place, the big masquerade comes last. So, with round, standing applause, can we invite His Excellency, Mr. Boyega Oyetola, Executive Governor of Osun State, to mount the podium again and receive the award. Go to the corner here so you don't block me. The Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, at its 93rd Annual National Conference, dubbed OMOLUABI 2020, presents this award to His Excellency Mr. Boyega Oyetola, one of the few misters still left in Nigeria. I'm telling you, there are very few misters left. Executive Governor, State of Osun, in recognition of your wonderful role as the chief host and in appreciation of courtesies extended to the society during the 93rd Annual Conference. Signed this day, 10th day of November 2020. Congratulations.
Yeah, for both of times. Both of times. Now there's left.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. No, after the vote of thanks. Before the vote of thanks. National anthem before the vote of thanks. May I now invite the Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Emeka Kalisto Zuru, to give the vote of thanks. After that, please, Raji, be ready with the national anthem.
Thank you. On behalf of the President, NEC and Council of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, I want to first of all thank God for this opportunity He has given us to be here today. It is indeed a divine intervention. In spite of all the challenges we had this year, God still allowed us to hold this conference. Let me, in a special way, appreciate our chief host, the governor of the state of Osun. Thank you, Your Excellency, for honoring us with your presence.
I want to also appreciate the royal fathers for granting us their royal presence. We are highly honored. Let me move quickly to thank the keynote address speaker for the wonderful delivery. I think all of us can be witness that he did justice to the topic given to him. I want to appreciate our past presidents. They are our forefathers, both dead and alive. They are the ones that have planted the seed, and we are watering it up to date. I want to also thank in a special way the Board of Fellows, the Chairman Board of Fellows, and every member of Board of Fellows for giving glamour to the occasion of today. Let me also thank all our special guests, particularly the DG, SON, who, in spite of the distance and his busy schedules, is able to make it and is here with us today. DG, I thank you so much. I want to thank everybody that has come to honor us with their presence today. God bless you for coming. Let me thank every pharmacist. People were telling me that if I go outside, I'll be surprised. Pharmacists are great. They are indeed men of and women of honor. God bless you. I want to thank the security personnel, the media, for coming to make this conference a huge success. Let me thank everybody once again, pharmacists and non-pharmacists alike, for making it possible to honor our invitation. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Yes. Thank you very much, the Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. I please ask that all pharmacists and invitees be seated while the governor and his entourage take a tour of the exhibition stand. The others should be seated. Lunch will continue. Then we will continue with the last thing remaining. The plenary is only one. It won't take a lot of time. So may we have the national anthem? The media, can we have the national anthem before the governor leaves? All right, Nigerians come on men to serve the fatherland with love and strength and faith. Join them on in England to serve with heart and voice. One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Thank you very much for that rendition. Please. Okay, the Osho anthem. The Osho anthem, please.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of the State of Osun, will take a tour of the exhibition stand, escorted by the President of the PSN, the Chairman Board of Fellows, the keynote address speaker, and other dignitaries. All pharmacists should remain seated. Lunch will continue, and then we will take up the plenary one. Thank you.
Attention, please. There's a white Toyota Corolla with the registration number ABJ64CD. White Toyota Corolla. You've blocked in people outside there at this time. White Toyota Corolla, registration number ABJ64CD. Please, your attention is urgently required outside. Please, distinguished pharmacists, the proceeding of the first day of the conference is still not over. We have plenary session at this moment. We have plenary one starting immediately after this timeout with the topic mainstreaming technology in pharmaceutical care, being chaired by the Chairman of Board of Fellows, Professor Mbang Femi Oyewo, and pharmacist Buki George as the lead speaker. May I call the attention of the LOC to help constitute and arrange this stage for the first plenary of the conference. We need to have this stage arranged for the plenary. Yeah, about that down.